Hey everybody, how we doing? Not sure who's here with us. Probably Isaac, maybe Sharon or Les. My computer wants to install updates on me. We're not going to do it right now though. All right, hold on 1 second while I get the chat up, folks. Sorry about that. I was trying to go live at 9:30. Hey, 10 Tigers. Hey, Isaac. I want this thing to do what I want it to do, and it doesn't want to do what I'm trying to do. Okay, there we go. All right, so we've got 10 Tigers and Isaac and 4 others. Let me tell the chat hello. Well, let me spell hello correctly. Oh, come on. Now I can't spell the correctly. Hey, Tim, how you doing, sir? All right, Robert Owens is here. Well, we haven't done a live in a while. Thank you, LT. I appreciate that. All right. So, Jeff was supposed to be here tonight, the bearded gringo, but when I called him, he didn't answer. So, usually when he doesn't answer me, that means he wants me to go away. I have a sneaking suspicion, though, that he's probably watching. Ooh, Braves are beating the Rays 4-0. This is game 2 of the series, so if they win tonight, they'll take the series. And the Rays have the best record in the American League, and the Braves have the best record in the National League. So it's kind of like an old-fashioned World Series. This evening, we are drinking the Bullet bourbon. I know it's beard and bearded. And not bourboned and bearded. But bourbon took too long to. Plus bourbon that doesn't rhyme with beard. He's batoning something. That's funny. Hey, Walter Davis. Patriot Pop. Yeah, Patriot Pop. We haven't done a live in quite some time. All right, there we go. To freedom and what America used to be. And maybe what she could be again. I don't know, though. That seems like a big ask. Okay. So, what we're doing here tonight, and I meant to take notes on this, and I failed to take notes on this. So, Isaac is going to be carrying... Hey, Dustin, how you doing, sir? Isaac is going to be carrying a heavy load this evening, and I apologize, Isaac. I also meant to call you and go over some of this beforehand, and I failed to do so. Yeah, 10 Tigers, but it's way too hot for the campfire down here. Whew. It's almost too hot for a shirt. We'll get back to the campfire when the weather cools down, which will not be that far away. We're already into July, you may have noticed if you watch the calendar at all. And I think it's going to be an early winter. Okay, Isaac, so I need you to post the link to that video. Hey, SOS. Yeah, it's been a while since we've done one of these. Isaac, if you don't mind, post a link to that video in the chat. And if you would, please remind me of the name of the gentleman and the town. I know it's a town in Vermont, but I forgot the name. I want to say it's Dustin. And actually, you can even text me because your text will pop up on my phone here if you want, whatever's easiest for you, or I'll keep an eye on the chat. But tonight we're going to be talking about tyrants and petty thieves because, what's the difference, right? It's the same damn thing. Tyrants are just petty thieves who steal your freedom and steal your options and really kind of steal your masculinity when you're not able to make the decisions for yourself. That's a very masculine trait, and they take it. Slate Ridge Firearms, owned by Daniel. Damn it. Okay, Slate Ridge Firearms, owned by Daniel Benet in the town of Paulet, Vermont. All right. So here, before I've got all this in my mind, let's talk about this real quick. There's the video. Y'all go watch this video. I want to say it's Guns and Gear. If I remember correctly, it's his alternate channel, which I didn't know he had. And he's talking about this situation. Hey, tacos. He's talking about this situation in Vermont. Was Paulet, Vermont, where this guy, I can't remember if it's just a range or if he actually is a gun store. I think he's a gun store, or maybe he's manufacturing AR-15s. Isaac will give us the detail. Range and training facility. Okay. And he's got a 30-acre farm, and he built a range on his 30 acres out in the country in a town of about 1,000 people. I don't know how close he is into town or out of town. I mean, let's be honest with you. Living next to a rifle range is probably a pain in the ass. Oh, he provides free training. But the town he lives in has decided to go after him, and they've been fining him and fining him and fining him. And now they're, I just lost the chat. And now they say they're gonna throw him in jail, probably for contempt, or for these fines that he's been refusing to pay, that they've been leveling on him. And then while he's in jail, I think they're not foreclosing, but what is it? It's eminent domain. Yeah, $100,000 in fines. There's a term when they take your property under eminent domain. There's a verb for that. I can't remember what it is now. But I think they're going to try to take his property under that. Oh, they're demolishing the land and the buildings. And I think that means they're going to take possession of them, if I'm not mistaken. Right, Isaac? All right. Braves up 4-0 in the 8th inning. Come on, Braves. Our bullpen has been strong as of late, so this is a good sign. And, of course, this is just straight-up theft. The man's got 30 acres. You can easily have a safe rifle range on 30 acres. I get it. The noise is a little much. But you know what? Freedom doesn't just apply to you, you know? We can't be free of noise. If people are free, then everyone's free. And if people we want, you know... I don't know how far to take the anarchy argument. I like to consider myself a sissy anarchist. The buyers are next on the chopping block. What? Is it smart to go after a man who is wise enough to train locals for free? Is it wise to pick on a man who knows how to fight and isn't hurting anyone? A good lawyer could have a heyday. Oh, wow, he got all the necessary permits and built them legally. And after that, the town revoked the permits and said tear them down. Yo, what this reminds me of? What was the... what was the guy who turned his bulldozer? Killdozer. This reminds me of Killdozer. Okay, Dustin is saying he has like 30 or 60 days for himself, his agents, or the town to demolish, or he will be jailed under contempt until it is demoed. Okay, so they're telling him he's got to tear down the ranges, or they're going to throw him in jail. This is, of course, it's just straight up, you know, the British are coming, the British are coming. This is straight up tyranny. Hell, the man even tried to comply with their laws, and they still turned around and jerked the rug out from underneath them. You know, here's my question. I was about to say, I want to be an anarchist, but there's a little part of me that just can't get all the way there. I'm like 95% of the way there. You know, maybe it's just because I have young children, but I like the idea of there being a sheriff. I like the idea of some basic laws here and there. It is time for an open carry rally on his land, Isaac. You're 100% right. This does sound like someone should be calling the My mind just went blank. You all know who I'm going to talk about. Nevada rancher. Why do I not have this name? Ugh. Anyway, but 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 why would we comply with their laws? Because they're not laws. They're Bundy. Thank you, thank you, Wireman. I appreciate it. Yeah, Tim got me too. But Wireman was quickest to the draw. Someone needs to call the Bundys and get a consult. Patriot Front. I 10 Tigers. I know you're being facetious. Anyone who hasn't heard, the conventional wisdom now is that Patriot Front is actually just a government front. It's the FBI front. Uh, wow, Isaac's met the Bundys. He's told me that before, though, which I think is really, really cool. Anywho, but why would we? Like I said, I value some laws. You know, I like speed limits. I think there should be sanity. Sanity should reign on our highways. You know, when you get in a 2-ton steel. Hey, commentator, appreciate that. When you get in a 2-ton steel contraption and you start hurtling down the highway at 75 miles an hour, it's nice for there to be some guardrails. I like the idea that you drive on the left and the other guy drives on the right. I know you drive on the right. Oh, shit. You know, I mean, I just like that idea. You know, I drive on this side of the road, you drive on that side of the road. Some of that stuff seems useful. But why would we comply with their law? Because they're not laws. You know, when we talk about laws, these are supposed to be these ironclad things that that rule the universe, and the laws aren't ironclad, and they only rule you and me. They only apply to the laws. Only apply to Trump. The laws only apply to you. If you and I did something stupid, we go to jail. If Hunter Biden does something stupid, and God, man, I'm sorry. You'll never convince me that's not Hunter's cocaine. You will never convince me. They could show me the video of Jill Biden dropping it out of her purse, and I would still think she was holding it for Hunter. Okay? That is Hunter's cocaine. He's just gonna have to own that shit. Even if it's not his, he should just put out a press release right now, say I had a relapse. I'm sorry, because everyone in the world believes that that's Hunter's cocaine, except for Joe Biden, who is too mush-brained now to remember what cocaine is, because it's been a few years since he was able to do it. Actually, Isaac, you make a good point. I don't think we should call anything law except God's laws. Everything else should be referred to as ordinances and statutes. Now, some ordinances and statutes do incorporate God's law. Laws against murder are founded on God's law, and laws against theft could theoretically fall into that same category. Anonymous American, an anarchist has no laws, morals, or code. They do as they please. Real men understand that there is a common law that states, "Don't step on my toes, and I won't step on yours. Do unto others as you do." You know the rest. Yeah, I like the common law. I think it's probably the best civil law code there's ever been. I listened to a podcast recently where a woman said that there's only 2 types of law codes in the world. There's the English common law, and then there's the Roman law. And all the law codes in the world are built on any formulaic law code is based on those 2 law codes. And of course, we here in America are blessed to have lived under the English common law until I want to say the mid-90s or the early 2000s it was, before they finally statutorily did away with, the Rays score in the bottom of the 8th. Wander Franco. I wonder if that's any relation to Julio Franco. Commentator likes natural law. I like natural law because I'm assuming I know what you mean. Hey, Aaron, how you doing, sir? when you talk about natural law, I probably agree with you. I think the only problem with natural law is that if you're talking to a Darwinian, a Darwinist, natural law is going to mean something. Hey, Nona's. Hey, Chuck Norris is here. Nona sent me an email recently. Nona's why we're having a live stream. Nona sent me an email saying, why haven't you done a live stream? And then like right after that, Isaac sent me a text with this thing with the firearms. Damn it. I've already forgot. Daniel Banya, was it? So Nona Nona encouraged me to do a live stream, and then Isaac sent me a topic, and then Sharon and Les had emailed me about the week before, making sure everything was okay. So thank you, Nona. Thank you, Isaac. Thank you, Sharon and Les. Should it be Les and Sharon or Sharon and Les? I guess technically, since I'm patriarchal, it should be Les and Sharon. And we would all hate to be Sharon Les. Ah! I need to lay off the bourbon. Sharon Les. Isaac is saying, I will not get a government marriage license if I ever decide to marry. When Mariah and I got married, I had initially told her that I didn't want a license. I said, I am committing to you for life, but I don't want the government in it, because my first marriage had been a government approved marriage and it had been horrific. And she agreed to it. And she was fine with it, actually. She didn't have any problems with that whatsoever. But my parents freaked out, and they said they wouldn't come to the wedding unless the government blessed it, ominous dominus. Because we all know how much the government legitimizes it. I got to be careful. My parents watch these sometimes. And I love my parents. They're good parents. They're good people. But I think they get this issue very, very wrong. Because, now the government will ominous dominus anybody, two men or whatever. So, what the hell legitimacy does the government bring to anything? But, in my parents' mind, it was very important that the government legitimize our marriage. And so I got the marriage license for their sake, because they weren't going to come to the wedding. And, you're right, Isaac. There is no such thing as gay marriage. And I think that maybe they'd even said something about they wouldn't have anything to do with any children. I don't remember. I may be making up that memory. But they definitely said they would not come to the wedding if there wasn't a government marriage license. And I really did not want drama around this marriage. So we got the marriage license. 10 Tigers, I do not have any restrictions on the chat. So whatever's being restricted, it's not on my end. There's some ways for the creator to put, words off limits and stuff. I haven't done any of that. I've banned a few people in the past, but I don't have any like banned words or phrases. So anything that's not going through is on YouTube's end. Hey, Ty. So I got the marriage license, and there were a few little benefits to it. Now, you can accomplish all of these things very easily without it. So I am not. In fact, I would even say today I would stand my ground. No, I would. Today I would stand my ground on that fight, and I would go ahead and tell them, no, I'm sorry, we can't have a marriage license. Why did God create mosquitoes? It's a good question, Chuck Norris. Because this was right before the Obergefell, however you pronounce that decision, and now after all that, I wouldn't get a marriage license. And I don't judge anyone for getting a marriage license. There's nothing immoral about it. It's just a piece of paper. It means nothing one way or the other. Ty wants to know why no pistol on your loadout. We can. We can go into that in a little while here, Ty. Uh, why did God create mosquitoes? And what did mosquitoes do before the fall? You know, before the sin came into the world, and everything was perfect in the garden. What did mosquitoes do? Were they still feeding on blood? That's an interesting question. Anywho, to feed the frogs. Uh, but but yeah, why would we do anything that the government? Why would we do anything to legitimate our government? I was just talking to. So my carry license expired, Isaac, and I haven't renewed it yet. I am thinking about renewing it because. Are you going to bed? Are you trying to come give me a kiss? Come on. All right. Hold on a second. You want to say hello to the people?
Hi.
Hi. Okay. I love you. Good night. Because with it, you can skip the background check when you buy a firearm. And so to me, that has some utility. To me, that has a lot of utility. Because now I could have this. This is how I understand it, and I could have this wrong. Yeah, she's pretty sweet too. That's a pretty sweet girl. This is how I understand it works. You go to buy a gun, and I do carry a mucho heavy pistol. And so you have your carry license, and the firearms dealer writes down your carry license, but he doesn't have to call the ATF or the FBI or whatever it is, and run your background check. So my understanding then is that it's the FFL holder who has the record of that sale. And my understanding is that the record of that sale doesn't necessarily go any farther, that he just holds it and he has to produce it when if he's ever asked for it. Well, I trust most of my I mean, all the guys I buy guns through, and I don't get to buy the guns that often, but when I do, I go to small local shops, and these are kindred spirits. They're complying with the law. I don't know. We should come up with a name for whoever. All right, Braves piled on a run. For whoever monitors the Revolting Man channel, we should name this guy. Whoever he is, they all comply with the law, but I just trust them a little bit more. Anyway, so that's. Oh yeah, no, yeah, and an extra picture ID. I hadn't thought about that, Be American, but yeah, sometimes you need 2 forms of identification, and your carry license works for that. So for that, and also travel. If I'm traveling out of state, there's some states that there's some. I guess you're saying, Chuck Norris, that you showed your carry license for your ID, maybe? I might have missed something. Oh, Future Trunk says Indiana's got good gun laws. I totally lost my train of thought. Damn it. Oh, a moth. I wonder if he was in there or if I got him when I went to take a sip. Yeah, yuck. Les is in the house. He had to put his chickie to bed. Are you saying that you put Sharon to bed, Les? That's not very nice. That's your wife. Oh, busted for having a knife in my luggage. Yeah. Now the Braves are up 6-1. Yeah, they take that knife stuff seriously over there. Like, got a baby chicken. Okay, never mind. What did you get, Les? And you only got one? Yeah, no, Walter, person-to-person sales are even better. That's how it is here in Georgia, too. That if you buy from a person, Boy, it used to be great. There used to be these groups on Facebook. Uh, they were just gun trading groups for the different regions. Uh, and you would just go on there and see who was trading what for what. Or if you had something you wanted to trade. So I traded 3 or 4 pistols. Uh, Person to person, it's ending in Pennsylvania. Well, that's no good. Oh, you've got a Bantam. Uh, so let's see. I had a 41 Magnum Ruger Blackhawk, uh, which is a single action army. Uh, I loved it. I loved the 41 Magnum, but I just couldn't find ammunition for it anymore. Like no one local sold it, and when I did find it, it was like $1 a round, and the Religion of Peace was driving trucks through Christmas celebrations, and I just decided I needed a carry pistol. So I traded it, and I got a Glock. It's still sketch. I'm still not sure. Damn it. There's another. I probably shouldn't have made this trade. This guy had a Glock. It was this subcompact Glock in 45 gap. Glock released its own caliber, its own bullet for cartridge for a while. If I don't get the exact right nomenclature, you guys are gonna crucify me. And it had it said Georgia State Trooper on the side. It had the Georgia State Trooper shield, the whole 9 yards. The guy swore. He didn't give me much information about it, but he just said, "Oh, I promise, it's legal, it's fine." But man, it had Georgia State Trooper stamped right on it. But I knew I didn't want it. I don't like Glocks. I didn't want a subcompact. I didn't want that 45 gap. But it came with 100 rounds of ammunition. So I traded that 41 Magnum for that 45 gap. And then I never even shot that. I just turned around and traded it right away for a Sig Sauer P2022, which apparently is the French service pistol. And it was garbage. I thought it was me, but I don't now. I had a wrist injury at work, and so I thought I was limp wristing. But now I look back on it, I think it was just a garbage pistol. I'm not saying all of them are garbage. I just think that one was. And so I turned around and, yeah, I know, Chuck Norris. I still hate it to this day, but it was the only pistol I had. I was broke as a bicycle. I mean, I can't even begin to describe to you how broke I was. My child support payments back then were $1,300 a month. And I was just strapped for cash. I would love to have that thing back. I love the 41 Magnum. I think it might be one of the best all-around cartridges of all time. Although I guess possibly you could make the argument for 10 millimeter now. But I still think 41 Magnum's better because it's more versatile. But I felt like I needed, a semi-automatic or at least a double action pistol of some kind. And the only option I had was to trade that one. So, by the time I got done trading, I ended up with the Ruger Security 6 you guys have seen so many times, that I love, that I doubt I'll never say never. I mean, who knows what happens. But I can't envision ever selling it. But if someone wanted to trade me back that 41 Magnum, you don't like yours either, huh, 10 Tigers? I was not impressed with it. But it was affordable. Yeah, a P 2020. That's right, it was a P. Mine was 9 millimeter. I think they're all 9 millimeters, although there might be a 40 cal now that I think about it. But if I could ever trade that Security 6 back for that 41 Magnum Blackhawk, I'd probably do it. Even though I did pretty good on that trade, because when I got that Glock with 100 rounds of ammunition plus 1,500 rounds of 22. Black powder with conversion cylinder. Have you heard of this? Yes, I have heard of this. So you can do, yeah, yeah, and so you can do I want to say it's, well, I don't even want to speculate now. It's 40. Is it 44? Who the hell sells a 357? You're better off robbing a bank. I only said I'd trade the 357 to get the 41 Magnum back. That's all I said. I wouldn't sell the pistol. I love the pistol. It's a good, solid pistol. And when I say solid, I mean solid. That is a solid ass pistol. You know, Isaac, the older I get, the more a 1911 is sort of appealing to me, just a little tiny bit. Yeah, less when I set out to get that, when I ended up with that Ruger Security 6, what I was hoping to get was a GP 100. Hey, Ryan, we're glad to see you too, sir. And I still think the GP 100 is probably a slightly better pistol. Don't hate me, Isaac. I really like the Security 6. I think Ruger refined it. You know, the GP 100 is a very different design. And I just think the GP 100 is probably just a tiny little bit better. But I mean, that's probably debatable because the Security 6 stuck around as the Red Hawk. The Red Hawk is essentially just the Security 6 beefed up a tiny little bit, but it's not even beefed up that much. SRS Atlaff likes his GP 100. Nona, I love Nona. Nona's like the perfect woman. She loves her 1911s. It's not her EDC, but a lot of fun to shoot. Yeah, no, the Dan Wesson 357 mag combo pack, Tim, where you've got all the barrels you can switch out, and you can go from a snub nose all the way up to, like, I think it's an 8-inch, or the largest barrel is like massive. It's huge. The 92F is a great pistol too. Yeah, no, but those damn things are expensive. You wanna have your eyes tear up. Go. I do not have a citronella candle, Chuck Norris. I'm sorry. I'm just outside so that I can be loud and swear, and I just got to deal with the bugs. There's no other hope for it. Go price an original Dan Wesson with all the different barrels and everything. You will say, ouch. It's not as bad as that. Is it Korg? I think Korg is a German revolver, and you just go, ooh! It's like $5,000 for the base model. B would love to try a 2011 double stack. I think I saw those when they came out. They are interesting. You know, I used to really be down on the 45 ACP, and I still think. Oh, Tim Pack has one with 3 barrels, 2 grips in the original case. Oh, wow, that's nice. You know, 45 ACP is a very old cartridge, but so is 9mm. Actually, 9mm is older than 45 ACP. I think that's right. I might have that. I might have that wrong, but they're within a few years of each other either way. Because 9mm, I know we've talked about this before, but I love this story. All right, Braves win 6-1 over the. Oh, sweet. The Rays have been scuffling just a tiny little bit lately, but they still had the best record in the American League. So the Braves are the real deal this year. When what the hell, Deutsch, I think it was DWM, I think when DWM first designed the Luger, they had it chambered in something like 7.65 faggot or something. I don't remember exactly. But they had it in some tiny little cartridge. And all the European militaries were in love with it. And so when America was looking to adopt a semi-automatic pistol, Luger wanted to submit it. And the ordnance department said, "Oh, absolutely not. That cartridge is way too sissy for us Americans. We got to have us a real cartridge because this, whatever it was chambered in, I think it was like 32 ACP or maybe it was 380. I think it was 380. It was essentially 380. And America said, absolutely not. Way too weak. And so DWM, I think that's what it was. It's like the Deutsche Waffen, I don't know, Maschinen or something. I don't remember. DMW, it doesn't matter. So they decided to beef it up. But they didn't want to chamber it in a 45, which is what America was wanting. So they beefed up the 380 and made the 9mm Luger, what we think of today as the 9mm Parabellum. And they submitted it, and America still said, "Oh no, too wimpy. Get away, you girly men." And then Deutsche Waffen, DWN, Deutsche Waffen und Munitionfabriken. German's a great language. Deutsche Waffen Munitionfabriken. Ja. Anyway, then all the European nations adopted 9mm, and they all come back and they're like, we used to hear from these guys about when we were still using the 45. Oh, we've got the 9mm. It's so much better. Like, you designed that for us, you sissies. If it was up to you, you'd still be shooting 380, you bunch of limp-wristed pantyways, hand kissers. Anyway. Oh, and then when the 9mm version got rejected, what was it? DWM, Deutsche Waffen Munitionfabriken, actually did chamber a Luger in 45 ACP. And there are a few There are a few 45 ACP trials Lugers out there. Ian over at Forgotten Weapons had one time that he did a video on from Fireplace Guy's collection. And if you watch Forgotten Weapon, I don't know what's going on. There's a conversation going on in one of my apps that keeps popping up, and someone just said, "That's an abomination." Dwayne, did you make it over here? I don't know if Dwayne made it or not. No, 32 is not terrible, Walter. In its place, 32 is fine. My question is, I understand why you want a smaller round. But what's the advantage of 32 over 380? If you want a small round, and I get it. But I think 380 is already small enough that you don't get any advantage from going a little bit smaller to the 32. However, I would not stand still and let someone shoot me with the 32 ACP. It will kill you dead. So I'm fine with it. Hey, Tim Dunnigan's with us. How are you, Mr. Dunnigan? I've been meaning to call you. I have questions that I can't find the answers to. But then I always feel bad because the last time I talked to you, you told me to get a few... See, this is why I'm waiting to call you, Tim. You told me to get up a few days worth of readings on the batteries. And so I keep forgetting to do it in the morning. I keep saying, okay, I'm going to do it the next couple days, and then I can call Tim. And then suddenly it's a year later, and I still haven't done it. And I haven't called you either. So, it's a vicious cycle. 25 ACP. Now you're getting interesting. You know the guys who, hey, Buddy Bear's here. He's working on a new chicken coop. Hey, Buddy Bear, After our conversation the other day, you know, they say how a double-minded man is unstable in all his ways. I left our conversation the other day saying, okay, I'm going to sell the cow. He's right. I'm going to sell the cow. Because I came home that night. After talking to you, I came home that night and she'd gotten off her run. And I said, okay, I got to sell this cow. So then I go to see my dad, and 40 Super, wouldn't that just be 10 millimeter? And I tell my dad, all right, I'm going to sell the cow. And Dad's like, son, you're going to want that cow. So now I'm back to thinking I might keep the cow. Les is eating ribs, corn on the cob. Nice. A 25-06. Yeah, that's the same thing, Aaron. No, the guys who amuse me are the guys who will say that 25 ACP. Hey, Dean, how you doing, sir? We haven't seen Dean in forever. Dean is probably our oldest subscriber at this point. One of our earliest. He goes back to the old days. I'm doing good, sir. I'm doing good. I'm at this beautiful stage of life where I'm boring, and I like that. It's nice. It's nice. But I've heard a few guys talk about how 25 ACP's way too weak for self-defense, but they'll carry 22 Magnum or 22 long. Yeah, to a 22 long rifle. I was like, oh, come on. 25's too weak, but 22's fine. 40 Super is just 38 Super plus 2 kind of like spinal taps AMP going to 11. Hey, Hunter Kirk's here. Shalom, Mr. Kirk. How are you, sir? North Idaho. That's a good place to be right now. But now, if the Solar Grand Minimum is a thing, you don't want to be there. And, gentlemen, I think the Solar Grand Minimum's a thing. Ooh, we had hit 40 people and we dropped down to 30, so clearly I've gotten boring. I think the Solar Grand Minimum's a thing. Last year, our summer, you know, this is Georgia. And even though I'm kind of in the mountains, it's still Georgia. It's still hot. But last year, I don't remember there being a 95 or a 96, a high of 95 or 96. And usually, pretty much the whole month of July and August, at least the first half of August, is 95, 96, 97, 98, 99. We don't touch 100 too often, but we're always right there between 95 and 99. And last year, we didn't get 95 once that I remember. And so far this year, we haven't gotten above 92 or 3. Now, they predicted a couple of 95s, but they didn't come to fruition. The weather report has been 3 or 4 degrees off pretty consistently for a while now. So the anecdotal evidence from Northeast Georgia is that we are a little cooler. Hey, Mike says he's totally new, so he's a first-time listener. What would we want to tell Mike about the revolting mob? He's the first-time listener. What should we tell him to Esteban Playa says here in North Texas? We've had yeah, you guys have been getting baked, it looks like. Oh, yeah, we have bad humidity. It's still humid. At least it's not Alabama. You know what? Dean. Chuck Norris, every morning I wake up, I get on my knees and I pray to God and I say, God, thank you. At least it's not Alabama. Tell Mike to run and never look back. The only 2 good things ever came out of Alabama, and that's I-10 and I-20. Zing! Actually, I-85 and I-20. I can't remember where I don't remember if I-10. I don't think I-10 comes through Georgia. I think I-10 goes into Florida. So it's I-20 and I-85. Weather here is awful. It really is, Dean. But the people are fantastic. I love Alabamanians. Alabamaniacs. All right, Mike. So let me tell you a little bit about the Revolting Man channel. We are fixated like a laser beam on masculinity and encouraging masculinity. and just 113 one day, yeah, 70 and stormy the next, and just encouraging men, because everyone tells us these days that we're bad, we're perverts, we're ugly, we're loud, we mansplain and we manspread and just all this shit. Uh, but then on the other side of that is the whole red pill movement and the manosphere, which technically I'm a part of, I guess. But it's all like, clock out, MGTOW, go your own way. Uh, stop playing their game. Women are for suckers, use hookers, And so there's this whole destructive other side of it. And I love being a man. I just love it. And I love being around men. I used to say I love men, but you can't really say that anymore and get away with it. At least not without having to make a lot of awkward explanations. But I do. I love men, and I love everything about men. I love our character. I love even our flaws are fun. Even when we're stupid in such a wonderful way that I just love being around us and encouraging us and just reminding us that we're okay. Yeah, we like naked women. We shouldn't have to apologize for that. God made them appealing for a reason. Yeah, Isaac, I'm a confirmed man lover. You have it on record. Yeah, I love naked women. I don't have to apologize for that. Yes, I can be an asshole. I don't have to apologize for that. The world needs assholes from time to time. And you'd rather have an asshole and not need one than need one and not have one, right? I believe men should rule their home, men should rule their children, men should rule as much as they possibly can rule. And when I run up against a man I can't rule, then he should rule me. No, that's not true. I don't believe that. Men shouldn't rule men. No king but King Jesus. Thank you, Robert. Semper Fi. Naked women are fantastic. So that's kind of the Revolting Man channel. And so all of the things that fall underneath that heading of men are cool, we're pretty much about it. We like guns, we love freedom, we love the patriarchy, we hate the government. God damn, these moths, I don't know why they like my class so much. Exactly. If no one has ever called you an asshole, you're not doing enough. You gotta man up a little bit. Man, if you've never tried this Bullet bourbon, it is really good and it's affordable. Really smooth. I want to say it's I want to say it's a single malt, if I'm not mistaken. It used to be. I hope it's not a blend. If it's a blend, it's gonna mess with mine. Anyway, even if it is a blend, it's good. I'll drink blends, but usually the only blends I'll drink are Scotch. But the only reason is there's so much. It's like cigars and beer and whiskey. There's so much of it out there. You can't try it all. You'd go broke and die of cirrhosis of the liver. You've just got to pick something and sort of stick with it. Yeah, that bourbon can't sneak up on you, Cooper. I'm feeling pretty good already. And this is only my third snifter. And so I just decided I was only going to drink affordable single malt bourbons and ryes. And I've liked them all. So Famous Grouse, I guess that's probably a whiskey that Hunter Kirk likes. 10 Tigers, yes. The channel is also about information. Oh, thank you. That video on debased coinage, I really enjoyed making that video. I know they're not very polished, but they're never going to be polished with me. If I took the time to script a video, I'd never make a video. So I don't always communicate like really clearly and, concisely and linearly. Wild Turkey 101 in the core. Yeah, you got to be careful about learning to drink in the core. Those people will teach you some bad lessons. Oh, Spencer Strider was pitching tonight. He's doing really good. I'm really excited about Spencer Strider. Isaac says flea markets are great for finding junk silver as long as you know what you're buying. Okay, commentator, now you're speaking my language here. This 327 Magnum. Now, full disclosure, I absolutely love weird revolver rounds. Weird rounds, period. I was talking earlier about the 41 Magnum, and I loved the 41 Magnum. And this 327 Magnum comes out, and I've still never shot it, but I'm in love with it because it's weird and it goes in a revolver. But I really would like to try it at some point. I am told that it's a little bit of a fireball, that it's got a huge flash, and it's really loud. But someone, I can't remember who it was, it might have been Henry or it could have been Rossi. Oh, okay, here Isaac is saying it right now. The Henry put it in a lever action revolver. Hey, baby. You want to say hello to the men folk?
Hello.
Someone was asking if you were still around the other day.
Oh.
I think they thought that you'd left me.
Oh.
She's still here. I should pour she brought me some sweet tea because she heard my voice getting a little rough, I think. So I should pour my bourbon in my sweet tea. I've got this thing I hate it about myself. But obviously, anytime I drink something, my mustache gets in it, and then my mustache wicks up the liquid. And then if I'm not careful, I lick it off, and it's the grossest thing in the world. And I caught myself doing it on a live stream one day. I didn't even know I did it until I was on a live stream, and I was doing, I was like, oh my God, that's awful, stop it. So now I try to wipe my mustache without without sticking my tongue out at all you men. Okay, here we go. Bourbon in the sweet tea. Normally I don't mix, but if you can't sip a whiskey, it ain't worth drinking. But my problem is, oh yeah, and I love the versatility of it because then you can shoot like all the 32s, 32 H&R, 32 long, 32 short. I think there's a 32 Smith & Wesson. I mean, they're not really common anymore, but still, how cool is that? But then you put it in that lever action rifle, and suddenly you got it in a 16-inch barrel, and it's a little bit of a barn burner. Of course, I like Isaac said, I can't afford to add another round right now. And if I was going to add a new cartridge, it would be 380 for Mariah to carry. And it would be the security 380 from Ruger, I think. Yeah, I love those little Ivor Johnsons, Isaac. I think that 1894, I guess the 1894 is probably smokeless. If I remember, I'm just pulling this from memory, I may have it wrong. Yeah, commentator, I still think though that 40 Super is it's bumping into 10 millimeter. You know, what's it going to do that 10 millimeter doesn't? The way we got 40 Smith & Wesson is that they cut down the 10 millimeter. You know, 10 millimeter is a 40 caliber bullet, and 40 Smith & Wesson is just a neutered 10 millimeter. Because the FBI got into a fight in 1986. Isaac, I don't like any rimfire for self-defense. Hey, Wes. Man, the gang's all here tonight. I don't like any rimfire for self-defense. Rimfire is just... oh, yeah, no, Dean, that's a great pistol. I was looking at one the other day, well, back in the winter. And I agree, that's a fantastic pistol. it's just a question of resources. You know, I think the Ruger is like half the price or almost half the price, and it's more than half the gun. But yeah, no, that Sig is a great little pistol. I was shocked at how much, because I don't like Sig, and I was shocked at how much I liked it, how good it felt in the hand and everything. Where was I? Oh, I don't know. Smith and Wesson. I'm sorry, Isaac. I just have a prejudice against Smith and Wesson. I have had this prejudice since the Clinton administration. Oh, you start talking trash on the 22, and I feel that I may have to shoot your foot. Well, you may or may not be able to shoot my foot with a 22 because it may or may not go off. No, that's what I was saying. Rim fires are just a little less, have a little bit less reliable ignition. Not much less reliable, but significantly less reliable that I'm not comfortable making that trade-off, especially when there's something like, say, 25 ACP out there. You know, if you're going to compare the power of the 25 ACP to the 22 long rifle, yeah, Wes, you're too honest for your own good. You know, the 25 ACP is more powerful. However, whatever that word means at that level, and it's center fire, and so it's just going to have a more reliable ignition, and I just think and that's not a knock on the ballistics of the 22 long rifle, because like I said, I would not stand still and let you shoot me with a 22 long rifle. There was a story in the Marine Corps, it may have been apocryphal, but it was alleged. You know, these things these are called sea stories, and you have no idea if they're true or not. But Chuck Norris, I wonder if 22 suppressed would be any quieter than 45 ACP suppressed. Anyway, but these stories exist everywhere, and allegedly there was a guy in our unit, it was 2nd Tank Battalion, who had taken his flak jacket home. And flak jackets aren't bulletproof. They're just supposed to stop shrapnel. I'm telling you how old I am now that we had flak jackets. And he was showing it to his dad, and his dad had served back. You know, his dad had served too. And his dad swore that the flak jacket was bulletproof, or would stop a 22. That's what it was. He said it would stop a 22, and the son had said no. Anyway, they got into a big argument, and they decided to bet on it. And the dad put on the flak jacket, and the son shot him with the 22, and of course, you know, it zipped right through it, and he had a 22 in his chest. So I mean, there's nothing wrong with the 22. It'll kill fine. In fact, for years, for decades, there was a state out west. I don't remember which state it was, but the record grizzly bear taken in that state was killed with a 22 long rifle, and a grandmother was out picking blueberries, and she just had her 22 with her, and she got into an altercation with Robert Woolley says he heard that same story at Camp Pendleton in '96. Well, interestingly enough, I heard it in '96 too, Robert. So there's a chance it's true. Oh, was it Alaska? It was somewhere out west, Isaac. I don't remember where. But this grandmother killed a bear with a 22 rifle. Well, a threat to democracy. The Vietnam era flak vest. Oh, you're saying that the Vietnam era flak vest would have stopped the 22. But it's just that the one we had in the 90s would not. Okay, I see what you're saying. They were different. The Vietnam era was like olive drab. Hey, Boo Radley. And it was like more puffier. Whereas the flak jacket we had in the '90s was it was Kevlar, but it wasn't very. Was it Kevlar? I think it was Kevlar, but it just wasn't very thick Kevlar. Damn thing was heavy. Interestingly enough, well, don't try it. Yeah, it was only issued to make us more miserable. It just weighed 20 pounds or whatever the hell it was, and you had to hump it with it. So it was just designed to make your weight. It wouldn't save your life if someone shot you. I don't know how it is. Allegedly, it would help if someone threw a grenade. Like the max effective casualty radius of a grenade was 45 feet, and like if someone threw a grenade 44 feet away, the flak vest might have made a difference. But if it was 43 foot away, you were dead. But anywho, well, I guess it made us strong. I have some armor. I don't know what it is. I should look at it. I should start humping that. This is Mariah's new thing. She wants to hump the AT trail. She wants to hike the AT trail. Now, the AT trail, AT is Appalachian Trail. So when I say AT trail, I'm saying Appalachian Trail, which is a ridiculous thing for me to say. Yeah. Yeah, our bugs out here are something else. Yeah. So I need to start humping with weight again. I told her we could try to do it in 5 years, that our goal is, Robert put a 380 through a Vietnam era flak jacket. Our goal would be to do it in 5 years. But the biggest family to have ever hiked the Appalachian Trail was 8. It was 2 parents and 6 kids. And of course, many of you know I have 15 children. So if we could do it in 5 years, we could be the biggest family to have ever hiked the trail. That sounds like a goal. Oh, and then we could see Isaac on the way. He could bring us out some supplies or something. Oh hell, Isaac, you could walk part way with us. Take a weekend and but it's 5 years from now, so you'll be in Vermont then, and the only thing is I got to earn a lot of money between now and then, because I have to take 6 months off work, and hell, just the shoes we'd go through. Like allegedly, you go through 3 or 4 pair of boots. Bring y'all some deodorant. All right, Dean. I'm going to tell you a little secret about the revolting man that probably no one wants to know. This might be TMI. This might be too much information. I have not worn deodorant in close to 20 years now. No one has so far complained about me stinking. But maybe they're just all being polite. This is the South. But here's my theory on deodorant. Part of this isn't theory. Your armpits, yeah, it's full of aluminum and it's full of something else. It's called phthalates. And that's spelled PHTH, I think. Anyway. And these phthalates, they're in anything with a scent in it. Anything with like a perfume in it has phthalates in it. And these phthalates act like estrogen in your body, or they suppress testosterone, one or the other. And of course, as men, we have to have testosterone. This is what makes us men. Phthalates. Thank you, Chuck Norris. So now I'm not saying that if you use deodorant you're a girly man, but we have to. Okay, this is gonna sound like a conspiracy theory, but hear me out. That's how I get all the ladies. Do you wash your hair? I do wash my hair, boo. But I don't. I normally use. I don't use like scented shampoos and stuff, and usually I'll just use hand soap. So Ivory soap Although now that I think about it, I haven't checked to see if the phthalates are in that. But there's this conspiracy in our world, and you won't convince me that there's not, where they do all of these things with the plastics, with the phthalates, with the soy, all of this stuff they do with these natural estrogens and these testosterone suppressants to suppress the testosterone in men. Because I'm sorry, I know it sounds like crazy tinfoil hat stuff, but they want us to be neutered and controllable. Uh, you know, when the alleged crazies talk about the fluoride in the water, you know what? I think they put the fluoride in the water to try to control people. I don't think it worked. The fact that it failed, though, doesn't mean that their intention wasn't to make us all more compliant and easy to control. And as men, we've just got to reduce these things. You can't eliminate them. You can't eliminate them. So you shouldn't go on some like holy crusade to try and eliminate all of these, whatever the hell they are, from your life, because you can't. And in fact, our water is so contaminated with birth control, because there's so many women on birth control, and it flushes out into the water, and you can't really filter it out. And so just the regular water you drink has got trace amounts of these progesterones and estrogens in them from women's birth control that are literally turning the frogs gay. But because of this stuff, we have to minimize our exposure to these things. We've got to minimize our exposure to soft plastics. You should eliminate soy from your life. Just get rid of soy, because this is the soy is the one that's the easiest to just get rid of. It's stuff in food, and you can look through your food and oh, that's got soy, out. No soy. And then start trying to cut down on the soft plastics and get rid of the phthalates. Sharon's right. Sharon just said a man should smell like a man. A man shouldn't smell like some frou-frou thingamabobber. So get these phthalates out of your life. But when you put them on your armpits, this is what's that? Your lymph node system. You got a lymph node real close to the surface right here. And your lymph nodes are this incredibly important part of your body. I mean, I don't even understand it all, obviously. But you're putting all these, Dean pointed out the aluminum, and then you've probably got phthalates in there and all this other stuff. And you're putting it right there on your damn lymph nodes. And this shit's just shooting straight into your system. And nothing you will ever do will convince me that it's healthy. And I think all you have to do is look at our cancer rates, look at our heart disease rates, look at how testosterone has fallen. Young men have lost, on average, 1% of testosterone a year since 1986. Every year, the average testosterone in Western men falls by 1%. That's by design. That's not natural. All right, 1986 was, oh God, me and math is not good. 14 gets us to 20, 23, 33, 30. So it's down 37%, the average. Now there's men like me who, we're still up there. But the overall, and you can see it when you see our young men these days. They're shorter than the women. They got these little tiny arms. You ever see there's this picture of David Hogg, the anti-gun protester, and he's got, and his elbow is the thickest part of his arm. I kid you not. His elbow, this part right here, is thicker than both his bicep and his forearm. Average grip strength is decreased, which is some kind of indicator of health and virility and all. And then of course, fertility. Fertility has fallen off a cliff. All of this stuff is by design. They've done it on purpose. They're trying to kill us. They want the population reduced. I'm sorry, Agenda 22 or whatever. Someone check, is it Agenda 22 or what? I can't remember what that UN thing, where they want to reduce the population down to 500 million people. That is real. That is real. The Georgia Guidestones were just an hour south of here. Not even an hour, probably 45 minutes. Tim says his forearms used to look like Popeyes. Les had to go make coffee. Cooper says that average testosterone is down by 37%. I think that's what he's saying. He just put 37, but I think if I read between the lines, I think I had said 36, and I think he's telling me no, it's 37. But anywho, but they want you feminized, and there's nothing wrong with femininity. We love femininity in our women. We love feminine women. All right? Sharon, we love you appropriately. You're a married woman, so obviously, we have to respect that. Married women are set apart. They're this whole other category. But we don't like feminine men. We want to try to be masculine men, and we don't want to be caricatures of masculine men. We don't want to be out there pretending to be masculine men, or we want to be Dean. There are limits, sir. No, I'm kidding. Yeah, James is saying, yeah, it's intentional. Yeah, and it is. It's 100% intentional. We don't want to be caricatures. We don't want to be. I've never made my mind up about. Isaac is 6'2" and 245. I've been wondering that about you, Isaac. I've got a daughter who's 22. I was wondering if you were one of these noodle arm soy boys or not. Think about it. She's a powerful, pretty girl, though. Don't be insulted if Yeah, she might be she's a high 8 at least, maybe a mid 9. Beautiful girl. Wes says my arms are magnificent. Wes, everything about you is magnificent. I've never made my mind up about Andrew Tate. Obviously, once he converted to Islam, I made up my mind about a few things. But if Andrew Tate is who the left claims he is, and anytime the left claims someone is something, you can almost be guaranteed they're not that. Now, obviously, we don't want to be caricatures of men. We don't want to be fake men. We don't want to be some kind of like weird rapper caricature of slapping my bitches and my hoes and then this shit. We want to be good men who can be trusted by other men and who are building things that women want to be a part of. We don't want to. That's a great line, Les. That's a funny line. My body is going to science fiction. That's fantastic. We don't want to pander to women. We don't want to build our lives for women. But we do want to build lives that women want to be a part of. We don't want to be a David Wilbur, Robert, 100%. That's a very fine line, Doing things for a woman versus doing things a woman wants to be a part of. And there's probably some gray area in between that. Yeah, you don't want to be setting your life up trying to appeal to a woman because they can see through that in a heartbeat. Women see so much complexity that we don't. And this is like scientific too. I'm not just making this up. Men are able to observe one thing kind of in depth, and women have this ability to have this peripheral vision where they observe like a stupid number of things all at once. This isn't a criticism. When I say this, it's going to sound like a criticism. It's not. on a surface level. So like women's vision is is vertical and men's vision is linear. And they both go the same amount of distance. One's not wider or broader than the other because we fit together, we work together. Les says he knows zip about women. That's why, as a man, it's almost impossible to lie to a woman. You shouldn't be lying anyway, especially not to a woman. But on top of that, it's just pointless because she sees, like, she hears the words coming out of your mouth, and then she sees the way your eyes are, and she sees, and like all this stuff that this information she takes in all at once that you don't, you know. You get focused on this one thing. You get focused on this one thing, and she sees all this complexity or all this texture. Let's say that texture. She sees all this texture, context. Yeah, they know. They do. You should only lie to cops. Thank you, Wes. I appreciate that. She is very pretty. That's who I'm talking about, too. Wes has been to my house twice. Have you been out here twice, Wes? I think you've been here twice. So, yeah, there's this tension, you know. You don't want to do things for women, but you want to do things that women want to be a part of. And they can see it when you're faking it, you know. I had this friend in high school who's dead now, actually. He had a sad life. He had a very sad life. But in high school, he was a Vietnamese kid. His family were refugees from the war, but he had been born in he was born in the refugee camps, but he was Americanized as Americanized can be. Sweet, 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 sweet kid. Pretty good looking, good dresser, very, very smart. I'm going to say this to just give context to the conversation. He wasn't like little. He was like average size, and that affects the conversation because this guy loved women, but he loved every woman. He loved every woman he ever met. He fell in love with all of them, and he could never get a girlfriend, and never, even though he should have, because he was a good-looking kid. He dressed well. He came from a good family. He had good grades. He was well liked, but because he was so fixated on pleasing women, because he was so desperate. He was so desperate. All these women were like, well, all these girls we went to high school with thought, oh, well, he must be, there's something wrong. There's some reason why he's desperate, you know, and he could never have a girlfriend, and he ended up marrying this very unattractive, bad woman. She was mean. She would humiliate him in public and make fun of him sexually in front of us as friends. He ended up cutting me out of his life initially because I called his wife out because she was telling jokes about how inept he was in bed. And I just thought, you don't treat your husband this way in public. And she got mad at me and so made him cut me out of his life. And then she ended up having this years-long affair on him and divorcing him. And he died a very bitter, unhealthy, unhappy man. When this pattern went through his whole life, where he was just desperate for women to approve of him. And it was very, very sad. But women don't want a man. I don't want to say, Sharon, don't get mad at me. I'm thinking out loud here. Hey, Lance Corporal Veteran, good to see you, sir. Women don't want a man. If you're going to be cynical about this, what I'm about to say is, it has been a long while. We haven't done one of these in a while. What I'm about to say is not a true statement. But it has a modicum of truth in it. Women don't want a man who wants them. They want to aspire up. And you heard this called hypergamy sometimes, and the MGTOW guys and the red pill guys will sneer at it, which anti-Adjack, she married him because he was the best option she had. This was an unattractive woman with a terrible personality who was not very intelligent. This was a very low value woman, and this was a decently high value man. How do I say it? Hypergamy, in my mind, is not a bad thing. Why shouldn't a woman want the best man she can get? That's insanity to think she shouldn't want the best man. I know, Sharon, but I still, value your opinion and don't want to just insult you. Why wouldn't a woman want the best man? Hypergamy is a good thing. Men should compete with each other for women, for the best women. Now, once a woman's made her choice, that choice should be made. You shouldn't be continually competing to keep your woman. But until a woman's chosen to give herself to a man, hell yeah, she's got every right to take the best man available to her, and she should negotiate for everything she can get out of that man. Now, once she's made her decision, and once he's made his decision, this cuts both ways. Once she's made her decision, once they've made their decision, they need to stick with each other. But why the hell shouldn't a woman want the best man she can get? It's insane to say hypergamy is a bad thing. That's a ridiculous. It's like saying a good-looking man should choose an ugly woman. Although there is that song, if you want to be happy for the rest of your life, never make a pretty woman your wife. Which means I should be miserable because I married myself a powerful, pretty woman. But Mariah and I are the exception to most rules. Anywho. But if you're desperate for a woman, she doesn't want to be a part of that. Because that means that you're telling her that she's so much better than you that you don't deserve her. And she's wanting the best man possible. Yeah, this is what I'm trying to say. This woman wants the best man she can get. And she should want the best man she can get. And when you're telling her that she's so much better than you, that you don't deserve her, she is right. She is justified in thinking to herself, well, hell, maybe he doesn't deserve me. And she should go get the man she can get. The man that's going to give her the best life and that's going to care for her children the best way and provide. There is nothing wrong with a woman wanting a man that can provide resources for her and her children. How dare you judge a woman for that? That's insanity. She would be stupid. She would be stupid to marry a man who will not provide. Absolutely insane. These MGTOW guys, if you're one of the MGTOW guys watching, I understand where you're coming from. I get it. The system is rigged. The system hates you, and the system wants to destroy you. All of your initial observations are correct. If you talk, here's why MGTOW is such a dangerous ideology. All of its observations are correct. It's its conclusions that are wrong. I love you, Wes. Wes is saying she can't get the best man available because he's already taken. But that's why we believe in polygamy, Wes. That's why I believe in polygamy. I'm not saying Wes believes in polygamy. Oh, where was I? Oh, anyway. Oh, yeah. Yeah, MGTOW's observations are correct that the domestic violence industry, that the divorce court industry, all of these things are stacked against them. Look, I just mentioned earlier, at one point, I was paying $2,000 a month in child support. I got it reduced down to $1,300 a month child support. I have been through the domestic violence ringer. I've been through the family court ringer. I've been treated like a criminal. like a predator. I've never been accused of sexual misconduct. No, but but still, they've treated me like I was some kind of violent animal. I had to take these classes one time for 12 weeks or something. And for like 12 weeks, I had to pay, I can't remember how much it was. It was like $45 a week to go sit in a class and hear about what a terrible person I was because I'm a man, and men are fake. And they talked about this man box that my whole life people have tried to force me into the man box, and because people have tried to force me into the man box, I'm angry and violent, and I'm trying to force everyone else into their box. And it was, I was in my 30s at that point, late 30s. I was coming into my 40s almost, and I was married to Mariah, and I was just trying to get my. I don't want to talk bad about my ex-wife. My divorce was horrific, and things got very, very, very sideways. And I was just trying to get everything settled finally, and so I had to take these classes in order to have access to my regular access to my children from that first marriage. And all I could think was, what if some 20-year-old young man was sitting, and it was a group class, these young 20-year-old men sitting in these classes who haven't figured out who they are yet, and they're paying $45 a week to have this woman, it was a woman, with her college degrees hanging on the wall, telling them how they're fakes and phonies, and how all their natural inclinations and desires are wrong and destructive and bad. That could seriously scar these young men. I think did seriously scar some of those. It was evil. It was absolutely evil. And this wasn't an evil woman. It's not like she was some crazed feminist man-hating lesbian. But this was the curriculum she was given to teach us. These are the things she was trained in her college to say. These were the things she had to do in order to be on the list for us to take these court-ordered classes. Now, that judge was an evil judge, and he ended up getting disbarred. The judge who forced me to take those classes was an evil, evil man. And he was so evil that he ended up losing his law license and getting disbarred and losing his judgeship. But what did they do to those young men? There's this book I read I read it back in probably the 2000s. And some of you may have heard of it. It's called Wild at Heart, and it's written by a guy named Doug Eldridge. I think it's Doug Eldridge. Someone will check me on that. I think it's Eldridge, and I'm pretty sure it's Eldridge, and I'm pretty sure it's Doug. But I read his book, whatever his name was, and it's called Wild at Heart. And that book changed my life. It set me on a journey. It set me on the journey that led me to where I am. Now, it is a starting point. Wild at Heart is not the end point. You don't read Wild at Heart and end up at the goal of masculinity. You never end up at the goal of masculinity. You can always be a better man. But that was the book that launched me towards this. And to this day, I have a deep and abiding gratitude towards Eldridge and Wild at Heart. And his core message is the core message of the Revolting Man channel, which is that the things that make us men are good. They're positive. And I still, I grew up with a good masculine father, and I grew up with a mother who promoted, who encouraged us. I have 3 brothers. She had 4 sons. I grew up with a very good mother and a masculine father. And even so, when I read that Wild at Heart, and I'd already been in and out of the Marine Corps at that point. I probably had 4 or 5 kids already at that point. This was before my first divorce. When I read that, yeah, your core being, the things that make you a man are good. They're pleasing to God. He loves you as a man because you're wild at heart. He doesn't hate these things about it. It was deeply impactful to me, uh, and I had probably had as much, if not more, of that as any man in the world. Like I said, good father, a wonderful mother. You couldn't ask for a better mother. Uh, and I don't. And when I say good father and wonderful mother, that's not to take away from my father. Even I have a very, very, very good father, uh, who is all the better. Here's what's most impressive about my father, and hopefully he doesn't watch this far into this. He didn't have a father. I mean, literally, he did not have a father. His father left when he was 3, and he like talked to him a couple times after that. My father had zero examples of how to be a father, and despite that, he was at least as good a father as I have been, and maybe even better. Uh, because here's the deal: I'm divorced. My father was always there, no matter what. Even when I didn't want him to be there, he was there. He was there. Because there's no such thing as quality fathering. There is only quantity fathering. You can't listen to me, men. Please hear me out on this. I have 15 children. I know this. You cannot say, okay, Saturday I'm going to take an hour and be a good father. That is not how it works. Uh, you have to be there when your moments come. You never know when your moments are going to come. You can't schedule them. Mothers can schedule mothering. They can say, hey, let's go out to lunch and spend some time together. Fathers can't do that. I don't know why. I don't know the mechanics of this situation. All I know that as a father, if you want to be a good father, you have to be there. And when that moment comes that you're needed, you have to be ready to spring into action. You have to be a constantly coiled spring of fatherhood, waiting to just boing and father real quick. And that might be encouragement. It might be affection. It might be correction. It might be punishment. You never know what you're going to be needed for. Uh, and you just have to be there, and you just have to be ready. Uh, you've got to be ready to put down the phone. You got to be ready to walk away from the project. You got to be ready to stop focusing in on whatever it is you're focused on. Here's the thing: you can do all these things. You can have hobbies and you can have projects. It's not like you can't be distracted. It's just when that child needs you, when that woman needs you, you have to be able to set those things down and focus. The phone has to come down in front of your face. You got to hit pause. You got to put down the hammer, and you've got to deal with what's needed from you at that moment. You can't spend your whole life right in front of them. What do you need? 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 You have to be building. You have to be protecting. Your focus is outside. Your focus is outward. But when it's necessary for your focus to turn inward, it's got to be. You got to do it. And you might not get another chance for a year or years. You don't know when you get another chance, especially with older children. Your opportunities are so limited, and you can't let them slip by. And I know this because I've let some of my opportunities slip by. I have not always been ready in the moment. I have a daughter who hates me. She just despises me and everything about me. Yeah, she couldn't say one good thing about me. Uh, and it's heartbreaking, you know, where I can't blame her. That was my oldest child. As my oldest child, my first child was a daughter. Uh, uh, and obviously she was affected by the divorce. But the other four children from that divorce have reconciled, and I have good relationships with all of them. So I can't blame her mother. It's not her mother's fault. It's not the divorce's fault. You know, there's some reason why this girl hates me so much, and I'm not gonna say it's my fault per se, but because you can't control someone else's reactions, obviously. But did I miss a moment? I didn't have very many moments with her because of the divorce, because of the separation, because of all the ugliness and anger and everything. Uh, there were a lot of years there where I was kept from those kids against my will. Uh, but even so, you know, what moment did I miss? You know, was I was I staring at my phone reading some stupid story about some stupid politician? It's possible. It's not necessarily true. It could just be that she's made decisions, you know. It could just be that she's angry and bitter. But I don't believe in I don't believe that anyone is ever. I shouldn't. No, I don't want to say that. It is very, very rare that anyone is evil. All evil, completely evil. We all are, you know, sin nature, and we're all fallen human beings, and we're all flawed. But it's very, very, very rare that anyone is like all evil, and all of their actions are only based on their own flaws and and errors. You know, almost everyone. There's options, obviously. You know, Idi Amin, Hitler, Stalin. There are evil people in the world, but they're rare. And usually, there's two sides to every story. And if my daughter hates me so much, uh, it's not all her fault. It's not all her being unreasonable. Uh, so, you know, and she's 25 now. She has a child who I've never met. I've got a grandson from her that I've never met because she hates me so much she doesn't want me to meet her children. And now she's going through a divorce, and I can't be a help to her or even an encouragement to her. You know, I'm completely cut out of her life. And was there some moment back there when my phone was in front of my face where I was, hey, Keith is here. Keith is one of our closest friends. Yeah. You know, for those years in between when I was single, was I out chasing some whore? Uh, uh, I don't know. I don't know. Hey, if anyone's got the opportunity, one day I'm going to have Keith on the channel. Keith is one of the most fascinating men you will ever get a chance to talk to. Uh, so he is a literal polymath. He is interested and knowledgeable about so many topics. Uh, so many topics. And I have never seen a man come farther in masculinity faster than he has. From where he was to where he is the farthest journey I've ever seen a man take uh, in that short of a period of time. So if you get a chance to talk to Keith, take advantage of it because he has experienced most of what life has to offer. Ooh, Chuck, it sounds like Chuck Norris is talking about something deep. Anywho, I don't know how I got off on all that seriousness. Uh, I will. Has anyone else read Wild at Heart? Uh, like I said, it's very surface level. You don't stop at Wild at Heart. You got me obsessed with metal scrapping lately. Oh, been making some extra money and it's worked out well so far. All right, that's awesome, Isaac. Let me tell you about my scrapping, man. Oh, listen, stay right here, okay? I'm about to run into the house real quick and grab something. It should only take me like 10 seconds. But this is Isaac's fault. He brought this up. I want to show you men this. I'll be right back, okay? Don't go anywhere. I apologize. All right, thank you for that. 2 of you left. All right, that's okay. Y'all just don't get to see this awesomeness. All right, so those of you who don't know, I'm a working man. I'm blue collar as blue collar can be. And my job has me traveling to all these rental houses every day. I sometimes I'll see as many as 9 or sometimes even 10 rental houses in a day. And I'm doing work on these houses. I'm not intermission. I'm not maintenance. I do pest control, but most of that is wildlife. So we're dealing with squirrels and rats and raccoons and snakes and stuff. Uh, so I'm up on a ladder a lot, running metal to cover holes and screen. It is, and so sometimes I'll spend 3 hours or more on a house. And I started just noticing. What I noticed first is that the heating and air guys would leave some pieces of scrap copper tubing up in the attic. Occasionally, I'd run across this scrap tubing, and so I just grab it and throw it in the back of the truck. Now I've always done scrap metal for years and years and years, but usually I just do steel, tin, shreddable steel. I'd never got to shoot one Lance Corporal veteran. I have to deal with, it's a lot of trapping. Usually we're trapping. Although I would love to get into the coyotes. Anywho, so then it just escalates. I'd never done copper really before, but I started seeing this copper tubing laying around in attics and in crawl spaces and stuff, so I just started grabbing it. And then I started grabbing just everything I found. Yeah, the dogs are very happy, Chuck Norris. They love this. Anytime a leaf falls in the forest, they just... I haven't seen so much as a possum move on this place in the 10 years we've had these damn Pyrenees. But they're always out in the woods barking at something. Anywho. So then I started finding... anyway, now I'm getting brass and... you'd be shocked at how many pressure regulator valves I find underneath houses and stuff. And then I noticed that all of these houses have, not all of these, but many of these houses would have satellite dishes on the top. Iron John, that sounds familiar. I haven't read that though, Cooper. And there'd be like 3 and 4 of these satellite dishes, because these are rental houses, and renters would come in and they'd get satellite TV, and so the satellite company would come out, put on a new satellite dish, but they wouldn't take the old one off. Yeah, brass adds up real quick, Isaac. I'm really happy when I can find brass, because it's so heavy, it adds up quick. And so I started pulling these the defunct satellites off of the roofs. And they're about 20 pounds. I wish I had There's about 20 pounds of steel in most of them. And then if you've ever looked at those satellites, there's the dish. You see the dish, which is exactly what it sounds like. And then there's an arm that comes off the dish. And then there's this thing on the arm that looks like it's shooting beams into the dish. But actually what's going on is that beams are hitting the dish and bouncing into those things. But it's got these little horns on it. It's called an LNB. And I noticed that LNB was aluminum. So I started pulling them off to scrap the aluminum. And then I was cleaning them to get the aluminum, because you get a higher price for clean aluminum. Look what I found. Inside of these things are circuit boards. Now you can't see it in this light. This light is bad. But the back of these circuit boards are covered in a tin foil. Now this wire right here is silver. If you take that off and strip it, there's a silver wire in there and a copper wire. That much I know. But what I haven't been able to figure out yet is that in the old days, in the very earliest days of these satellites, these circuit boards were, let's see how well this does. This might not show. Were gold. They were lined with gold for whatever reason. I don't know why. But, gold's expensive, obviously. And so they started doing like this one. And I haven't figured out yet if this is white gold. Is it platinum? Some of them are straight up silver, I know. Well, I shouldn't say I know, I'm sorry. But some of them look like silver. But some of them look like they might be white gold, which white gold is just gold and silver mixed. It's an alloy of gold and silver. And then, where'd it go? Oh, come on. Oh, here it is. Then they have these screws in them. I don't know how well you can see that. I'm pretty sure these screws are gold plated. Because the screws, they'll have two types of screws in them. Now they're the exact same screws. Let's see if I can find one of the boards. They're the same size, but some of them are just regular looking screws, and then some of them are those gold plated screws. And the gold plated screws always go through holes that have what looks like gold foil around them. So I'm not positive. These come out of flat screen TVs. All those little fingers there are gold. So I don't know. This stuff is called e-waste or e-scrap. And maybe I'm wasting my time. Well, I'm not wasting my time because the satellite dishes have 20 pounds of shreddable steel, plus about 1.5 pounds to 2 pounds of aluminum. So each dish in aluminum and steel brings me about $1.50, $1.60. So since I'm at the house anyway, it's worth it to pull them off. Some days I get 3 or 4 of those satellite dishes, and some days I only get 1. It's rare that I get none. And then, every Friday, I'm off on Fridays. So every Friday I haul off the steel and the aluminum and the copper I've been able to save up that week. And take it to the scrapyard and then go buy my silver. And here as of late, I've almost always been able to have $50 to $70 worth out of it, and I get $50 to $70 worth of silver every week. Uh, hey, Hunter Kirk, I haven't found any CPUs late yet. Although about 2 weeks ago, yeah, well, I do need a gold mine. I agree, Chuck Norris. I'll get on that. Uh, but I was driving through this neighborhood, and there were these two new construction houses, and there was a dumpster in front of them. So I stopped to check the dumpster to see if there was any old scrap wire in there. And instead, when I got there, someone had thrown two refrigerators in them. And I drive an F-150, and this F-150 has a ladder rack on it, and that ladder rack has a 32-foot ladder on top. Yeah, a lot of people have multiple additions on the roof. And somehow I managed to get these two refrigerators up on the truck on either side of that ladder and strapped down. And I had to drive two plus hours through Atlanta, through the middle of Atlanta, from where I was at to get back home here with these two refrigerators hanging. They were literally hanging off the side of the truck, just held up with straps. I have no idea how I pulled it off, but I made it work. And then I cut the copper off them when I got home. Anywho, so yeah, I'm all obsessed right now with the scrap. Oh, the other thing is, on these houses, every time a new tenant moves in. Oh yeah, Hunter Kirk, I hadn't even thought about that. I've scrapped multiple pianos as just shreddable steel, and I didn't even think about checking to see if they were brass. Oh, I'm an idiot. But every time they move in, they'll get a new, cable provider, a new internet provider. No, Wind Charmer. They don't require me to remove the doors, but I could see why they would. They'd want to make sure they weren't filled with water or concrete or something. Yeah, Isaac, the whole. I don't think the whole metal frame part will be brass. It's possible. You want to definitely check to make sure it's not. But I think definitely the little keys that the wires wrap around, key isn't the right word. There's a good chance those are brass. There's a chance the whole thing is brass. Hey, the Sasquatch is here. Yeah, Sharon, it was pretty funny with those refrigerators hanging off the side of the truck. And I only had 2 tie downs, but somehow it worked. I didn't lose them. I kept thinking if these damn refrigerators fall off in the middle of I-85, I'm just going to keep going. Someone else can deal with it. But they didn't. I got home with it. Yeah, Hunter Kirk, that large metal plate, you definitely want to check and see what that is. If it's non-magnetic, then that could be brass, and that's going to be, they're at least 100 pounds. They're incredibly heavy. And brass is like $1.50 a pound right now. Now do that on a bicycle. Wow. Yeah, Wes, it could be cast iron, and cast iron, some scrap yards will give you extra for scrap iron. No, Lance Corporal Veteran, they don't care if it's been stripped of paint. The thing to look for is the copper in the back. There's a lot of copper underneath there. And some scrap yards will pay you extra for the compressor. If you pull the compressor off the refrigerator. Hey, Isaac, you might be right about the brass. I know copper is right at $3 a pound, and so brass is just slightly less than that. That's a good point, Sharon. Before you scrap a refrigerator, make sure you don't want to use it as a root cellar. Uh, Apparently, Lance Corporal Veteran does some kind of show. Hope it's not a drag show. Lance Corporal Veteran, is there something you need to tell us about? I mean, we won't judge you, brother, but we might try to help you. A 1,200-pound cast iron Sasquatch is probably worth more as a stove, though, you know? Wow, copper was only $2.47 in Florida, Wind Charmer says. Uh, I hauled off number one and number two on Friday. Yeah, we're talking about scrapping, Chuck Norris. Uh, you never know what you're going to get to here. And number one copper was like $2.80 a pound, I think, here. And the week before, it was $3.10 a pound. Well, of course you read your comments. You're interesting. Yeah, yeah. If you've got 5 to 10,000 square foot of building to heat. 1187 Gar says that in Nebraska, aluminum cans are 50 cents a pound. You know, I, I save my aluminum and I clean it, but it drives me nuts because it's so light. And you know, you'll have a truckload of aluminum and you'll get there and it'll be 60 pounds and you just be like, it wasn't worth it. It's too light. I saved that stuff for a year, and then, but with the satellite dishes, I get a lot of cast aluminum, and that is, you know, it's a little bit better. Oh, okay. Stephen Cooper was, when did you serve? He was a Marine from 2003 to 2013. So I served from 1995 to 1999, and then from 2001 to 2002. I got recalled after September 11th for a year. Oh, Nona was still with us, but she's got to leave. Oh, no. But Nona's this high-end, like, restaurateur. She manages, like, 5-star restaurants and stuff. I think Nona is the one who yells at Gordon Ramsay when he steps out of line. I think Nona has made Gordon Ramsay cry on multiple occasions. So I'm sure she needs to get her rest so she can open the restaurant for breakfast in the morning. Where I live, the unspoken rule is anything placed on the sidewalk is automatically picked up as free stuff. Yeah, that's the rule that I live by too. If I even, like, don't let your kid leave his bicycle on the sidewalk by accident, because by God, that's scrap metal. There's probably some aluminum on that thing too. So if it's on the sidewalk and it's like past the halfway part of the sidewalk towards the street, that's scrap metal, my friend. You better make sure you don't want that, because it's going in the back of my truck. And I'll cut the power cord off it and throw it in the. I can have a flat screen TV broken down in 10 minutes. And I'll find a flat screen TV on the side of the road. And you'd be surprised how many flat screen TVs I find. And I can have it pulled apart in 10 minutes. And I can have the parts I don't want thrown in your neighbor's trash can before either one of you know what's happening. That's funny. So the Sasquatch has a puppy from our dog, our old male. Well, we have the female here too. So he has puppies from our dogs, and he's watching the live stream, and his puppy is not a puppy. Well, he's still a puppy technically, I think. They're only about 1.5 years old. So he's hearing his mother and his father out here barking, and he's barking back. That's pretty funny, Sasquatch. nice that they could have a family reunion this way. I almost wish we hadn't have fixed that female, but you should see the toxic method of metal extraction from electronics in Pakistan and India. I, I bet, I bet Lance Corporal Veteran. Oh wow, he's 120 pounds. You see, I thought you were getting the pick of the litter, Sasquatch. Uh, I have not done much shooting lately. So about a month ago now, maybe 6 weeks ago, Keith, if you're still in the chat, when was that? Uh, Keith came out. We had a tactical masculinity weekend. And Keith came, and Jeff was there, and then we had a gentleman from South Georgia come up. There's only the four of us. There were supposed to be about 13 men, but they all bailed at the last minute. But the men we had were quality. And so we did a bunch of shooting on that weekend. We went out Friday. It was Memorial Day weekend. Thank you, Keith. Keith learned some valuable lessons that weekend about sleeping in the rain. I'll tell the story in a minute, Keith. And so, Lance Corporal Veteran just went out shooting the commie trash. So we shot shotguns, pistols, and we shot all three. But we were just doing very, very basic zeros and reload drills. So we had Keith working on, Keith brought out his shotgun, and we had him working on fire. He would go, so what we had Keith doing was he would have a round in the tube. He would rack around fire and then reload around fire. So that way he was practicing all of the basic movements all at once with the minimal amount of having to waste ammunition. Because I'm all about the basics. And then I finished zeroing a scope on my my what would Stoner do rifle, and then I checked the zero on my Security 6, and it was very, very, very high, and I couldn't adjust it down. I mean, I have the sight adjusted all the way down, and it's still shooting high. But it's shooting high at 7 yards, so that's probably okay for a 357 with a 4-inch barrel, because you want to be able to have some longer ranges with that thing anyway. It doesn't have to be a 7-yard gun. And then Jeff was out there, and Jeff worked on a zero. And then the other young man was there. I won't just throw his name out there without his permission, but he worked on some zeros, and we had a good time. But what ended up happening, and Keith will correct my memory if I get some of these details wrong. I don't remember what night it was. We were way up in the mountains. Way the hell up in the mountains. And Wes's AR is not working right. What's it doing, Wes? I bet we can diagnose it here with you. And I had brought a big tarp. In case we needed to string up a big tarp, I'd brought a big tarp. And the weather report wasn't calling for rain, but who the hell knows? Now, I sleep on the ground. I have a bivy sack, a Gore-Tex bivy sack. It was Saturday night. Okay, thank you, Keith. I have a Gore-Tex bivy sack, and I have just the old military sleeping mat. And I sleep on the ground, and I always have, and as far as I know, always will, because it works. But Jeff and Keith, I brought some old military cots just in case anyone wasn't, because sleeping on the ground is hard. And Oh, Sasquatch has Boris working. What glass? What kind of glass are you putting on it? Uh, and and so they slept on the cots, and it started clouding up, and it looked like it started raining. So I pulled out my tarp. Uh, you can't get it to pattern less than 18 inches at 40 yards? I don't know if that's the rifle, Wes. I think that's your optics. Your optics are there's something wrong with whatever your sighting system is. It's not tightened down right. It's not but there's something wrong with your sights. 18 inches at 40 yards is I know you know how to shoot. Anyway, and so I pulled out the tarp and I was going to string up the tarp, and when I got it out I realized it wasn't a tarp at all. It was a tent. It was a 6-man tent. And I just didn't want to mess with that 6-man tent. They were a pain in the ass. It was almost dark. I just didn't want to mess with it. Everyone had Gore-Tex bivy sacks, right? So I just said, nah, don't worry about it. And it just poured all night long. I mean, it just poured rain all night long. And I was fine on the ground. But what happened to poor Jeff and Keith is that those military cots they were sleeping on filled up with water. And the water came in over the zippers and got into their sleeping bags. And, their sleeping bag just acted like a sponge. And it soaked up all this water through the zipper. And and both of them had to go sleep in the trucks that night. It was I mean, it doesn't. I'm sure it was not funny to them in the moment, but it was extremely funny to me in the morning. That if it if that matters that much in the AR, I am done with the platform. Oh, the barrel twist. Yeah, Isaac, that's something to think about, but 18 inches at 40 yards, it shouldn't be barrel twist. Uh, and what happens with barrel twist is at range, the bullets start tumbling, so they'd be keyholing. If it was a barrel twist, now at 40 yards, it wouldn't show up yet. But at farther ranges, those bullets wouldn't stabilize, and they'd start tumbling, and they'd keyhole. So poor Keith and Jeff, man, they had a bad night. And I felt bad because I had a damn tent. If I wasn't so lazy, I could have just set up the tent. Now, I will say this. Keith and Jeff also could have set up the tent had they wanted to. So, but, you're right. So, this is embarrassing. Yeah, I'm in pest control, so I kill rats. I'm literally a rat catcher. And back in the middle of the winter, I had some rats get in get in my basement. Now I caught them real quick, and as soon as I caught them, of course, I knew how to get rid of them. But what I didn't realize is that while they were down there, they had chewed into my bivy sacks, and they had chewed holes in all my bivy sacks. I don't have rats normally, but it was the dead of winter, and they had gotten into the root cellar, and they were eating the sweet potatoes. And as soon as I realized it, I found their hole. I stopped up the hole. I trapped them out. I put out bait stations. I missed that, Isaac. I'll go find it in a second. But yeah, they had chewed some holes in my bivy sacks. So it's possible that the water got in through the holes in the bivy sacks. But I think most of it got in around the zipper from pooling up. Anyway, it doesn't matter. The end of the story is poor Keith almost drowned to death in a waterproof sleeping bag that I assured him. Okay, Wes, loose barrel is possible. Did you assemble the rifle yourself? If you've assembled the rifle yourself, Yeah, if the barrel nut is loose, or if it's the barrel extension is the part that fits into the upper receiver. And if you've got an upper receiver that's on the outside of its tolerance and a barrel extension that's on the lower end of its tolerance, it can be loose in there. And the solution is to get a really thin foil, either copper or steel, and you wrap that barrel extension in that thin copper or steel and slide it back in. Or also Loctite. You can coat the barrel extension in Loctite and slide it in there, and then sometimes when the Loctite sets up, it will fill that gap. Uh, but you don't want to use, well, it doesn't really matter. I don't remember which Loctite it is, Isaac. I'll look it up. What did Keith just say? Keith says, it was a great learning experience. I was fully prepared to tough out the night lying in the cold, wet pool of the cot, but then I couldn't protect my cell phone from certain drowning. I cried, Uncle. Hey, no, Keith, full props, brother. You did fine. There was no shame in that. I mean, sleeping in the soaking wet rain is miserable. All right, Wes. Dan M says loose barrel. Check your barrel nut. The barrel nut is supposed to be between 40 and 80 psi. Yeah, that's a real militiaman. So basically, if you put a wrench on it, now this is what I've read. If you put a wrench on it, it's almost impossible for you to not tighten it to 40 psi. Anything you do with a wrench is going to get it up to that 40 psi level. But 80 psi, you're going to just wring it off. So if you get it any kind of tight with any kind of regular wrench, you're probably close to that 40 to 80 psi. But it sounds like the consensus in the chat is that you've got a loose barrel. What did Lance Corporal Veteran say? My reserve unit used to make us sleep on the ground outside the barracks on an Army base. The Army guys used to think we were crazy. Okay, 112 grain soft point subsonic ammo. Huh. That is very interesting, Isaac. You want subsonic for suppressors, so you don't get the sonic crack. I'd have to read about that. I'd want to know how fast it was moving. 112 grains ain't nothing. Well, Dean, I'm going to push back a little bit on that, because 22 long rifle is like 20 to 40 grains, depending on which one it is. And obviously, 20 grains is way less than 112. Oh yeah, that's right. Sasquatch had to leave us one time too. But I want to say Sasquatch was there for a winter one, if I remember correctly. Look, these tactical masculinity weekends are not a joke. We also almost killed Palmetto Paratrooper one time, and twice I've ended up with cuts that probably needed stitches. But it's all good. We're being men. Men need to bleed every once in a while. A little bit of hypothermia is good for you. Make a man out of you. So 100. So think about it like this. 30-30 can be about 125 to 140 grains, depending on which 120 to 100, depending on which loading you get. But that's 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 kind of like the range. 120 grain bullets to about 140. Yeah, it does. Camping with Zach requires medical insurance. It also requires balls this big. Uh, so a 112 grain bullet is not a small light bullet. The average, the most common 5.56 is 62 grains. Uh, so it's almost, it was snowing. Oh, that's right. It did. I forgot, Sasquatch. It did snow that night. So it's about twice as heavy as the average 5.56. More than twice as heavy, obviously, as the 55 grain. Uh, so I would have to see how fast that 112 grain bullet was moving. And I know at some point I read what is subsonic, and I don't remember what it is now. And I don't even want to try to guess because that would just be a complete stab in the dark. I bet someone can look it up for us, though. I want to say it's something like 1,000 feet per second or 1,200 feet per second is subsonic. 900. Oh, thank you, Isaac. 112 grain bullet, about 900 feet per second. So a 45 ACP is 220 grains at about 850 feet per second. So 112 grains at about 900 feet per second. We're looking at about half the power of a 45 ACP. That's just mental math sitting here. So it's interesting. I wonder if it's more than a range round, though. Hey, Hunter Kirk. Yeah, you're right. I didn't think about the rifle twist, but I bet a 1 in 7 would probably do it. That's my question, Dean. 223, it's a velocity dependent round. Now, obviously, if it's 112 grains, you've added a lot of weight. uh, but wow, still 900 feet per second is slow. And 5.56, 223, it's a velocity dependent round. You're cutting the velocity. Well, that's a good way to think about it. You're increasing the weight by half, and you're cutting the velocity into a third. So you're reducing 2/3 of the velocity and increasing the weight. So that's going to be a very, very underpowered. Hey, Patrick. Hey, new sub from Quebec, Canada. We appreciate you, sir. You know what? Hunter Kirk is right. I think. Hunter Kirk, you've injected some. The obvious comparison is 300 blackout. How does this 112 grain bullet compare to 300 blackout? Or 300 whisper. I forgot about 300 whisper, Dean. I hadn't thought about 300 whisper in forever. So yeah, I see okay, Isaac, I'm on board now. I see a utility in this 112 grain subsonic round. If you're going to shoot suppressed and you don't want to have to and if you don't want to have a whole different upper, then I could see a utility in 112 grain subsonic 5.56 round. My question is, what is it lethal? What is it lethal on? What can you kill with it? And even if it's just for the range, that still has utility. Hey, Christopher Hancock, that's good information. Thank you. Google said at 32 degrees Fahrenheit, sound travels at roughly 1,086 feet per second, and loads labeled as subsonic usually run at or below 1,050 feet per second. So I see the utility of having a subsonic 5.56 round that you can shoot suppressed quietly. I would want to be very, very sure I knew what it was lethal against, and then I would be very interested in its trajectory. Wind Charmer, good night. Thank you. We appreciate you, sir. So 300 blackout is 190 grain bullet at 1,050 with 465 foot-pounds of energy at the muzzle. So you would just need to know the trajectory, because it's going to have a weird trajectory, I'm sure. And then, you know, what can you launch it at and expect it to put down in a ethical fashion? But still, you know, being able to shoot your 5.56 with a subsonic rounds, and I see the utility to that. Okay, Klein Machining is selling long-barreled uppers for AR-15s to turn them into RPK-style rifle. Well, I mean, you know, Lance Corporal Veteran, I've got that, and probably not more than a 0-yard range. You know, I've got that BOF rifle that I put a 24-inch heavy barrel, a fluted heavy barrel on. 0 at 100 yards, 33 inches low at 200 yards. That's interesting. Wow. For a 5.56 to be 33 inches low at 200 yards. Put that in perspective. If you zero a 20-inch barreled 5.56 at 33 yards, and then that's also at 3, so it's a 300-yard zero. Oh, that was 300 blackout. Okay, I'm sorry. But a 20-inch barrel 5.56, 0 to 300 yards, anywhere from muzzle to I think 600 yards, it's only going to vary by like less than 3 inches. Someone can check me on that, but I'm pretty sure that's what I remember. You know, so one of the 5.56's calling cards is that it's extremely flat shooting. So compare that to 33 inches at 200 yards, and that's a damn rainbow trajectory. And trajectory matters, especially at 33 inches. Think about it. If you're aiming at someone's chest and it's 33 inches off, and you're just going over his head or between his legs. So trajectory and range estimation is one of the most. I am still in the closet on my love for the AK platform, Sasquatch. Oh, now someone is saying 13 inches, not 33 inches. Well, even 13 inches is still a lot. So I don't know about the 36-yard zero, Dean. I just know in the Corps, we always zeroed at 33 yards because that would give us a 300-yard zero. But that was with 62 grain M855. I suggest most new shooters zero with a 25-yard range, because that way when they go to a range, the 25 yards is going to be marked, and they don't have to be trying to figure out 33 yards when they're a new shooter in a new environment. And, you know, 25 yards versus 33 yards is not going to make that much of a difference in the hands of a new shooter with a rack grade rifle. Okay, but let's go back to this RPK thing. Was that Lance Corporal Veteran? Who was talking about putting the big barrels on the... No, Isaac, AP rounds are not illegal, and you can get them for even 50 BMG. Okay, Dean. Dean, you said a 3-yard zero puts all your dope around the size of a DVD out to 0, 0. Would you fill in those missing numbers for us, because that's important information? Because Isaac, AP rounds are very, very expensive, and there's just not that many of them out there. Okay, Dean is saying he meant 36 and 500. So that would be a good zero. 36-yard zero. DVD is about yay big. Out to 500 yards. Oh yeah, that's a good point, Sasquatch. On an unarmored target, there would be bad over penetration. I think most men are under zeroed. Dan's got a good, an inch low at 25 yards will get you to 300 yards. Honestly, if you're shooting 5.56, there are very few bad answers, because 5.56 is just so forgiving. It shoots so flat. If you're aiming center mass on a target, unless you're trying for headshots at 500 yards, it's almost impossible to zero an AR-15 poorly, as long as you're zeroed it at all. I use a 33-yard zero because that's what they taught me in the Marine Corps, and because I'm an infant. I'm a child. If the Marine Corps did it, it must be right. That's what that boils down to. Well, what standards for accuracy would you recommend that I set for myself with my Mini 14 shooting Winchester M193, distance and accuracy? So I'll tell you what Pastor Fox told me, Isaac, and that's an excellent question, by the way. He says that he suggests that everyone can hit a plate at 200 yards. Just think a paper plate at 200 yards. If you can consistently put rounds in that, that's a really good starting point. And when he said that, I agreed 100%, because think about a plate size on a man's chest or a man's face. And if you can consistently hit that at 200 yards, then you are an effective rifleman. So that would be a really good standard. I would tell anyone, put a plate out at 200 yards. Think of a plate as being 12 inches or 8 inches. Let's just say 12 inches, just to be, And if you can, they are U.S.-made SKS. Funny, Hunter Kirk. And let's say if you can do 7 out of 10 shots into that plate at 200 yards, then that's a good starting place. And I think that's an achievable goal that most men, most shooters, because our women should be able to shoot too, can achieve. And most of us can, maybe it is 8 inches, Sasquatch. Iron sights, of course. Now, not all of us can find a 200-yard range. So you know what? There needs to be a 100-yard standard too. because most everyone can find a 100-yard range, at least within an hour's distance. And if you're only, once every quarter, if you're going out once every 3 months, it's not too much to ask you to drive an hour to a 100-yard range somewhere. So, what would be a good standard for a 100-yard range? I don't want to just half it and say 4 inch. Well, let's just half it and say 4 inches. If you can put 7 to 10 rounds in a 4-inch circle at 100 yards, then that would also be being an effective rifleman. But hell, I would go so far as to say 6 inches. The only thing is that it's not only twice as hard to shoot at 200 yards as it is at 100 yards. There's a gradient, there's a curve or whatever. It's X amount harder to shoot 200 yards than 100 yards. So if the standard is 8 inches at 200 yards, 4 inches at 100 yards isn't the same standard. That's an easier standard. But I think it's still an acceptable standard. Patrick E says, you guys beat me on all the round velocity and grain sizes. I am in Canada. I can't get 7.62 by 39 munitions anymore for my MKS, SKS. I can't freaking find a decent gun range anymore. Wow, I didn't know. Hey, so tell me, Patrick, have they restricted the 7.62 by 39, or is it just not available because people aren't? Why can't you find it? I'd like to know the details there. Obviously, I believe what you're saying. I'm just interested in the details. Isaac says, what about rate of fire? I have over a dozen mags now, but I carry 5. How many rounds per minute in that plate at 200 yards would be the standard? Damn it, Isaac, another excellent question. I would say we're talking about 10 rounds. Yeah, Lance Corporal Veteran, he banned everything semi-auto, but did he ban the ammunition? I almost would say don't worry about time, but then you need some kind of time limit. 10 shots at 100 yards, that should definitely be doable in a minute. That's 6 seconds a shot, which doesn't sound like much, but it actually is a fair amount of time on a known distance range. And so you would have, say, shot 1001, 1002, 1003, 1004, 1005, 1006. I would think, 10 shots in a minute gives you 6 seconds per shot, and I would feel like that's a reasonable standard to aim for. A lot of those ranges though won't let you do rapid fire, so you can't just do like because at 100 yards you can actually fire off those 10 rounds really quick. Boom, 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 boom. You could have a shot a second once you got going. But a lot of those ranges won't let you do it. Okay, Patrick says restrictions on semi-automatics are getting crazy. You can't get the ammunition, certainly in my province. Is there a way we could help you with that? I mean, this sounds crazy, but like if we bought ammunition and shipped it to you, could you have it shipped to you? Or is owning it the problem? Lance Corporal Veteran says, I am not a fan of time drills without context. It can cause people to develop out-of-place habits. I don't disagree with you, Lance Corporal Veteran. In this particular instance, though, I can see a utility in having some kind of, I mean, obviously, if it takes a year to fire 10 accurate shots, and I know, uh, oh, yeah, never forget the utility of dry firing. Dry firing is an incredibly useful training tool. But yeah, there needs to be some kind of time limit eventually. Uh, I agree. Time drills, I like how you said that. Time drills out of context can lead to bad habits, especially at known distances where the shooting is very, very easy. Uh, okay, Isaac, here's what I'll say. I'll tell you the same thing I told Keith about his shotgun. What's more important than how fast you shoot is having a magazine with one round in the chamber, or shooting one round and then practicing a mag change. So have one round in the pipe and an empty magazine, fire, the bolt locks back, you drop the mag, and either retain it or not depending on your SOP. I personally train to retain mags, and then do a mag change, and send the bolt home and do your follow-up shot. And if you're doing that drill, do it slow. But if you're doing that drill, then you don't need to worry about time drills, because that's 2 shots and you're practicing all of the movements. And you just do that over and over and over. And you can even practice it where you put one round in the magazine, rack the bolt, fire, mag change, and then do it again. A 1 round magazine, rack the bolt, fire, mag change, 1 shot. Yeah, you wanna rack the bolt, fire, mag change, fire, and then start over. 1 round, rack the bolt, fire, mag change, fire, and that's giving you all of the movements in as few rounds as possible. And if you do that with all your shots, you're not wasting it. Because look, anyone can go out there and just blah, 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 blah. That's not really practicing or training. It's fun. And if you just want to go out and plink and have fun, there's nothing wrong with that. But if you're out there training and you have a limited training time and a limited training budget and a limited training ammunition, you want to get as much practice as possible. You want to get all of the motions you can with each shot. And that's the way to do that. 1 round in 2 magazines, load, rack, fire, load, send the bolt home, fire. Now for you with that Mini 14, if someone's with an AR-15, they're going to load, hit the bolt release, fire. But you're going to load, reach over, and release the charging handle, fire. So it's a different motion for you. So you're gonna load, rack, fire, change the magazine, which is a rock out. The Mini 14 is a rock in, rock out. So you'll hit the mag release, rock out, 1 magazine, rock in, then you'll reach over, pull back the... Okay, now I'm questioning myself. The Mini 14 has a last round bolt hold open, right? Someone check me on that. Does the Mini 14 have a last round bolt hold open? I think it does. It's been years since I've owned one. I used to own bunches of them. Literally, I think I bought 6. Okay, so it locks open on the bolt when empty. But it doesn't have a bolt release. You've got to reach over, pull the bolt back to let it go slam forward. So, yeah, you're going to rock in, charge, fire, mag change, boom. And yeah, Les is right. Muscle memory will keep you above ground. So that's how I would do it, Isaac. And I wouldn't worry about, timed drills. I'm going to change what I said earlier and agree with Lance Corporal Veteran and Dean. Uh, uh, and and say rather than time drills, work on those one-shot reload drills. Yeah, that handguard will get pretty hot on that Mini 14. The piston systems are not the, I'm an AR-15 fanboy. I love the gas impingement system, uh, but the piston systems are not the panacea of perfection that their fanboys claim they are. They do have advantages. They do keep that heat out of the bolt. They do keep the gunk and the carbon out of the bolt. But that heat still has to go somewhere. And with a piston system, it goes to the barrel and the handguard and all that around there. But, I mean, they still will fire a longer string of rounds than the gas impingement system will. If you had unlimited ammo on a belt and you were just cranking it through, then yeah, a piston system will throw rounds downrange longer than a gas impingement system will. I would love to have an AR-10. I might like AR-10s better than AR-15s. Except I do think. But here's my thing, Dean. If you want a piston, then get a rifle designed for around a piston. You get something based off the AR-180. It's a superb design. Eugene Stoner was a genius. All the most effective military rifles in the world are based off of his designs, either the AR-15 or the AR-180. And get a pistol based off the get a rifle based off the AR-180, and have something that's all designed to work that way. The AR-15 platform, and Dean just said he agrees, so I know I'm not preaching to him. Isaac, I just hate the commies. I believe that the AKM platform, the AK platform, was a brilliant. You said this on purpose to get me going. You're a good moderator. You're always making the host look good. Was a groundbreaking design when the Germans designed it. Yes, I say the Germans designed it. I don't think that Mikhail Kalashnikov designed that rifle. I think it was pretty much lifted wholesale from the Sturmgewehr 44, and I think it was assigned to Mikhail Kalashnikov because that's how the Soviet system worked. They always wanted heroes of the, I think they called them heroes of the, proletariat or something. Hey, Wes is leaving us. Wes, thank you for saying so long, sir. That was flattering. Considering how good your channel is, that you would spend this much time on mine is deeply meaningful to me, sir. Thank you. Anyway, neither here nor there. So I think when it was designed, it was a groundbreaking, revolutionary design. No two ways about it. It was brilliant. I can't remember the name of the German guy who designed it. I used to know, but I forgot it. I kind of agree with that too, Lance Corporal Veteran. I think there's some truth to that statement too. I just think it got to the Russians by way of the Germans. but it very quickly, it was a dead end. Now it launched a whole, I don't even want to say this because to this day, I believe that the AR-15 was an attempt to replace the M1 carbine. Uh, I don't necessarily think that the AR-15 was a result of the American military looking at the AK-47 and saying, "Oh, we would like an intermediate round, assault rifle." I think what it was that the Air Force wanted to replace the M1 carbine with something that looked more jet age. And then when they did, the same thing happened that happened with the M1 carbine. Uh, Everyone realized how handy it was, and everyone wanted to use it. Uh, I'm not even sure that the AK-47 led to the AR-15. I guess what I'm trying to say is I'm not even sure that the AK-47 launched that class of rifle. Remember when the Soviets made the AK-47, they thought it was a submachine gun. They didn't think it was their new rifle. Their new rifle was the SKS. And then they made the AK-47 to be their new submachine gun that just fired the same round. Uh, yeah, Dean, no, the AR-15, yeah, the design came from the AR-10. I'm saying the reason why the military was interested in downsizing the AR-10 to the AR-15 is because I think initially the Air Force wanted to replace the M1 carbine. The Air Force had no need for a full-size rifle. The Air Force used the M1 carbine almost exclusively, uh, and the Air Force was the first one to adopt the AR-15. If I remember correctly, the Air Force was the one who requested it be downsized into a smaller round. Now, I don't have anything to back this up with. This is just my wild speculation. Uh, I should submit a question to In Range TV or Forgotten Weapons and ask that. So I say all that to say, I'm not even. You're right. A threat to democracy. It's the M16, not the AR-15. I'm getting my terminology mixed up. And I say all that to say that the AK-47 was a dead end, in my opinion. It's a 12-pound rifle that shot. What's the best way to say this? The 7.62 by 39 was also a dead end round. It was the 7.62 by 39 was the 7.62 by 54 cut down, just the way the 8mm Kurtz that was fired in the Sturmgewehr was 8mm Mauser cut down. Basically, I'm sure the technical specs are different, but that was the point of it. I think 7.62 by 54 is actually rimmed, but you know what I'm trying to say. And what ended up being the way forward was a whole new class of round, the small caliber, high velocity round. And the Soviets even switched to that. The AK-74, what makes the AK-74 different is that it's chambered in a 5.45 by 39 millimeter, a small caliber, high velocity round. Now, it's a smaller caliber than 5.56, 5.45 being smaller than 5.56, and it's also significantly slower. If I remember correctly, it goes like, it's lighter too. I think it's a 45 grain round, or a 47 grain round or something. And then it's slower too. It's like 2,700 feet per second. Yeah, Marine does math. 5.45 is less than 5.56. You do the math on me. You check me on that now. Somebody Google that shit. Jackass. So the 7.62 by 39 was a dead end. The AK-47 was a dead end. Admittedly, it was a dead end that went very, 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 very far. A 7.62 by 25 Tokarev is nice one thing is hot. It's a hot round. Uh, that's what I've always read about it. I've never shot it. What I've read about it is that it is a fantastic submachine gun round. Yeah, and China went to 5.8. That 7.62 Tokarev is a fantastic submachine gun round, and is a little much for a service pistol. Okay, Keith is. I am doing some election integrity ballot review for Tarrant County every day this coming week, so I'm headed to bed earlier than my normal. Oh, okay. I thought you had something to tell us about election integrity, Keith. Thank you, sir. Good night. We appreciate you. Uh, Look at this, Patrick. Hunter Kirk was 20 miles from the Canadian border recently. Well, I just wonder if, like, you could be close to the Canadian border and he could be close to the American border, and, like, just reach over. How, is there somewhere where an American could just reach into Canada and a Canadian could just reach into America, and we could just hand this rectangular cardboard box over that was weighted down with some random metals? It just seems like we could help a brother out that way, I don't know. Canada. This is what I know about Canada, Patrick E. So forgive me if I get it wrong. I've been drinking bourbon while we do this too, so I might be. But Canada's just like America. It's got these cities, Toronto and Ontario, and that might be the only two. Certainly the only two I can think of right now. Uh, Surely there's more cities in Canada, but these cities that are psychotic, and then the vast swath of this beautiful, open, wild, gorgeous land. Canada is just jaw-droppingly magnificent, loaded with natural resources and precious metals and just wilderness and wildlife, and the vast majority of Canada is just a man's dream. But there's so few men that they get trashed by these skinny jean wearing hippies in fucking Toronto and Ontario. And what's that Canadian city across the border from Chicago? I can't ever remember. I think Patrick left us already. That's a shame, Patrick. I think it's Vermont. Isaac, here's my update on election integrity. There is none. As stuff gets through the woods of Vermont and out of Canada all the time. There are news reports of people who work and live on opposite sides of the Canadian-U.S. border. BB Plain, north of Canoe Street is Canada. South is USA. BB Plain. Isaac says, I would live in Newfoundland or Alberta in a heartbeat if they had the Second Amendment. Vancouver. I forgot about Vancouver. So Toronto, Ontario, and Vancouver. I think that's the only three big cities in the whole nation. I think the rest of the entire country, which is, I think by square miles, it's almost as big as America is. Montreal. Damn it, Isaac. Okay. Ontario, Toronto, Vancouver, and Montreal. Quebec City. All right, I can't even keep up anymore. Clearly, I don't know my Canadian geography. Ottawa. I forgot Ottawa, too. Oh, Canada. But Isaac, is Canada bigger than us with Alaska? I don't think it's bigger than us with Alaska. I think it's bigger than the lower 48, but I don't think it's bigger than uh, all 50. Oh, I could be wrong. I know it's big. I know it's big. I just don't know how big, clearly. Oh man, did I run out of steam? I don't think we made it 3 hours yet, but we're getting close. We're 5 minutes away from a 3 hour live stream. I like, just look at Nunavut way up north. What the hell is Nunavut? Nunavut? Tons of open land mat. Yeah, no, it's big. Most Canadians live less than 60 miles from the border. That is an interesting statistic, Hunter Kirk. No, I always look at the most recent incorporated province in 1999. Oh, it's a whole province. 3 hours to me is a big deal because Rush Limbaugh used to be able to do 3 hours without even trying. I am not implying that this was a Rush Limbaugh worthy 3 hours, but it's just if I can do a 3 hour live stream, I feel like I'm at least in the. I have a nice little buzz going on. This is good stuff. Bullet bourbon and sweet tea is a nice little mixture. Oh, Patrick is still with us. He's from Montreal. Worst cities are Montreal, Toronto, and Vancouver. All right, Patrick E. It may just be the bourbon talking, but I think we have people willing to help set up a arms running operation to get 762 by 39 to the border, if you can get it from the border. We'll get you to the American side, and you just gotta. And then we just got that little black line. I don't know how big that black line is on the land. It doesn't look very big on the map. And then we just got to get someone to reach over. The Royal Canadian Mounted Police is listening. Say, yeah, but they can't do anything to me. I just told them I'm just running the bullets up to the border. I don't know who's getting them across the black line. There you go. We just got to figure out that last 3/4 of an inch. I think we can figure that out. I bet you. Yeah, ATF is a bunch of bastards. Those are some worthless pieces of shit right there. I think if we just kind of throw it up. I'm out, my friend. Oh, I'm out, my friend. My eyes are done. Les, we appreciate you, sir. Tell Miss Sharon thank you for us as well. You guys are a huge encouragement to us. If we just throw the ammo up and make sure a wind's blowing, it'll just fall on the Canadian side. And then it's no one's fault, When we threw it up, we had every intention of it falling on the American side. And it's not our fault that the wind was blowing that day. Wow, 90% of the population is within 60 miles of the USA border. So if you would just move 75 miles away from the border, you could be in the middle of nowhere. That is appealing. Here's what I've always thought, man. I feel like we should all move to Alaska, but we should move right on the line between Alaska and Canada. And when the Canadians come to fuck with us, we tell them we're Alaskan. And when the feds come to fuck with us, we tell them we're Canadian. And then no one can fuck with us. I think that's a strategy. Also, there's a lot of gold out there. And I love me some precious metals. Wow, 90% of the population is within 60 miles of the border. And then there's those thousands of miles to the north that must just be completely empty. I would love to spend a winter, even like as far north as Massachusetts and Vermont. You know, I've always been in the South. Uh, the closest I've ever gotten to a real winter is we were in Sarajevo. Oh, Patrick E can get ammunition from the Indian Reserve. Most have U.S. and Canadian passports. Oh, that's awesome. Uh, but I can't. I think it was like January or February when we were in Sarajevo. So there was snow on the ground, but it wasn't crazy amounts. And then we went north out of Sarajevo one day for this patrol. Giant ass boondoggle. The Clintons are so stupid. Uh, but and so we were in some. I guess like there's about 2 foot of snow on the ground, but it was for a day, and that's the closest I've ever gotten to real winter weather. Yeah, my only problem with Alaska is the mosquitoes supposedly are so bad, and that insults me. Why are the mosquitoes bad in a place that's so damn cold? That shouldn't be a that shouldn't be a thing. Uh, anyway, yeah, if I went to Mass, Isaac, I would have to go over there to Greenfield and all that, and to where where Mariah grew up. Uh, Butte's about an hour and a half of summer. Oh wow, Patrick says his camp is 100 miles from the closest gas station or paved road. How cool is that? Oh, Sharon's out too. Sharon, we appreciate you. Perhaps we could have a really great patriotic quarterback to throw a Hail Mary brass pass. Oh, nice. I got that. Good thinking, Sharon. Have a good night. Lance Corporal Veteran says mosquitoes are so bad that they try to go inside your mouth to the point you can barely breathe. See, I'm not okay with that. Mm. Say what you want about Georgia, but we have mosquitoes, but like I'm outside right now with a light on, and I killed one earlier, and that was it. Now, I live in extreme northeast Georgia. Oh wow, Lance Corporal Veteran's not working a 12-hour shift, which is like almost the best part of Georgia. It gets a little bit better to the north, but you can't go much farther north in this state than I am. You'll be in North Carolina. I'm probably an hour. I'm an hour south of Tennessee, and I'm probably 45 minutes south of North Carolina. Uh, yeah, that might not be quite accurate, but it's close enough. I don't, OPSEC. I don't want to give away my exact location. So I'm in like the best part of the state. Uh, the heat and the humidity is bad, but it's bearable. The heat is not awful compared to, like, who was it earlier? Was it Hunter who was telling us that Idaho was in the 90s today? Uh, so Spartanburg, Isaac, is about an hour and 45 minutes away, maybe 2 hours away. And Gatlinburg is probably 2 hours away. Uh, yeah, so it was in the 90s up in Massachusetts today. Oh, Nicholas isn't that far away. Yeah, Asheville is probably 2.5, 3 hours away. I don't think it's quite 3 hours. So it was 90s and 14. I think our humidity was more like 70 or 80%. So the humidity is a little bad. But the heat isn't any worse than it is, isn't terribly worse than it is anywhere else. I'm sure it's a little worse, but it's not terribly worse. And it's certainly not Texas bad or God help us Arizona bad. Uh, so this really isn't a bad place to live. The weather's good. Uh, we live on the eastern side of the Appalachians, so all the really bad weather kind of jumps over us. It comes from the west, it hits the mountains and goes up and kind of over and down, and we hardly ever get the worst weather. Uh, so I like this area. If you saw where there's a bunch of Torah keepers or southern Missouri, I love Missouri's gun laws. Or I would want to go, or I would do extreme western South Carolina, but that's kind of like not leaving Georgia. That's just right here too. I mean, I live really close to South Carolina. South Carolina, Georgia, South Carolina, Tennessee, and North Carolina all. South Carolina doesn't touch Tennessee, uh, but they all have a border that kind of gets real close together up there, and I'm not far from that border. My problem with the Rocky Mountains, Isaac, is I don't know where to go. Obviously, when you think of the Rocky Mountains, you think Colorado, and I'm not going to Colorado. I'm not going to Nevada. Uh, I don't know much about. The Dakotas sound good. They sound like they'd have good gun laws. Yeah, that's what I'm interested in, gun laws, because that's a good proxy for just about everything else. If the gun laws are good, then everything else is going to be acceptable. So I assume, the Dakotas, like Dean just said, Montana, Wyoming. But the other thing is, I got to have work. I got to be able to feed the family. So, where can I go to find work that has good gun laws, that isn't flat? Because I don't like flat. I want to be in the mountains, or at least in the foothills. Uh, Isaac, I bet Idaho probably doesn't like Ozarks. Dean, I'm big on the Ozarks. I bet the Idahoans don't mind people moving in who are going to be sane. They probably don't want Californians. They don't want liberals. But I'm sure if some blue collar guy showed up, who wanted to be a part of traditional Idahoan culture, I doubt they'd mind. But yeah, the Ozarks, somewhere out by Pastor Fox or Bear, TJ over at Bear Independent. Uh, Not that they necessarily would, let me in their groups or anything, but there's just been a lot of Torah types gravitating to that area. Yeah, that's the other problem is you don't want to move to a hot market where housing is really expensive. Of course, in a hot market, there's going to be a lot of work too. That's Dean. Yes, we all we all should be brainstorming about how we can help these secession movements. How can we help Oregon or Oregon, the Western or Eastern Oregonians secede and join Idaho? How can we help Northern California secede and become its own state? Yeah, Hunter Kirk says it's insane in Idaho right now. Yeah. How could we help upstate New York join Pennsylvania? Or conversely, how could we get West Virginia to get parts of Virginia? Uh, uh, we should all be focused on this. When we talk to our Congress critters and stuff, we should we should be talking to them about these realignments. Uh, we should be trying to help these people get away from these crazy ass enclaves. Right, Southern Illinois should be its own thing. Uh, Missouri, maybe? Doesn't Illinois run into Missouri? I'm not remembering my geography very well. But these are movements that could really realign the politics of the country, uh, and we could be getting 17th Amendment. Which one's the 17th, Dean? See, 19th was the direct election of senators. 20th was the female vote. Or was it the other way around? Help me out. What's the 17th Amendment? Shaner, how you doing, sir? Oh, 17th was senators. Okay, I'm sorry. Yeah, the direct election of senators was a travesty. 19th should also be repealed. And then we need to repeal the one that has the vice president. The vice president should be its own election again. And the vice president should run separate from the president's. Because that was always a check on the balance of the presidency. But yeah, definitely need to get rid of the direct election of senators, because that was no, okay, so the way it worked, Isaac, was that uh, each state could dictate how its senators were chosen. So the states could actually have direct election of their senators. A lot of states had the legislature appoint the senators, but just what it did was it kept the senators aligned with the interest of the state. So, Georgia's senators knew that they were in hock to the state. Right now, our senators can ignore the state government entirely and just act like they're part of the federal government instead of being there representing the states, which was always the point of the Senate. The Senate was always there to give the individual states, some sway against the big, highly densely populated states. So, yeah, repealing the 17th just throws a bunch of power back to the states. It restores federalism. Would fix a host of the country's evils immediately. Like, the instant you repeal the 17th Amendment, all your senators start acting like citizens of their state again. Because at any time, the state could change the way senators are appointed, and they'd be out of their phony baloney job. So, all about repealing the 17th. I don't know why I was thinking it was the 18th or the 19th. Damn moths. And I just spit bourbon sweet tea all over my laptop. Yeah, Isaac, my senators suck too. And that's something I have to blame Trump for. Trump did two things. The bump stock ban, and then those Georgia Senate runoffs. If I have a complaint about Trump, it's that he doesn't see the utility of allies. He's a one-man show, and that's what we love about him. One of the things we love about him. But he takes it too far. And he doesn't recognize that his legacy is going to have a lot to do with him bringing people along with him. It can't be a one-man show. It's got to. He's got to have allies. He's got to have people to enact his. Yeah, that's the other thing. 10 Tigers. He's got a real bad track record with his HR department. He's always ending. This is something Ben Shapiro says that's valid. You know, I don't. Shapiro's got a little bit of a blind spot when it comes to Trump, but this is a valid criticism he has where, you know, his hiring decisions have not worked out well, and he's got to own that failure to fix it in a second term. You know, we can't have any more Fauci's and Millies and God, Ashcroft. God, was Ashcroft a disappointment. Oh, and then the who was the other attorney general? The last one. Oh, I don't remember. Yeah, well, a threat to democracy. The thing is, the Clintons set out to completely remake Bill Barr. Thank you, John. Barr was another disappointment. Uh, Remake the officer corps, and they succeeded. And Bush didn't undo it, and Obama reinforced it. So our officer corps our military is lost to us. The last time I heard, enlisted men 96% of enlisted men identified as conservative. I think that was it. Maybe it was 93%. It was something really, really high. And about two-thirds of the officer corps kind of identifies as liberal or independents or something. Well, Isaac Clinton didn't want to do the welfare reform. Newt Gingrich forced it on him with the contract with America. The class of '94, there was this huge Republican wave in Congress, and Clinton didn't have a choice. He had to accept welfare reform, or he wasn't going to get anything else. What did Dean say? Oh, he's back. Yeah, so here's something else to remember about Trump. He is not naturally one of us, but that's okay, because he knows what his product is and he knows who his customers are, and he's going to sell us the product, you know, that he's promised us. Trump was the most I don't think Trump is a natural conservative. He was the most successful conservative president of my lifetime. Okay, here's what he doesn't get credit for. The son of a bitch put a hiring freeze on the federal government. That's never happened. In the history of the Republic, he's the only one who ever shrank the size of the federal workforce. That's jaw-dropping. That accomplishment by itself earns him my loyalty. And we haven't talked about the Roe versus Wade getting overturned. I'm sorry, that by itself earns him my eternal loyalty. He did not get us into any new wars. He's the only president in my lifetime. I guess you could count Carter. Carter didn't get us into a war, but he did have some weirdness with Iran. Let's say there were no new conflicts in Trump's tenure. That by itself earns him my loyalty. He did all of these things that by themselves were amazing things that hadn't been done in decades. So, so yes, he's got some rough edges, and yes, I'm not sure his managerial style is perfect. But so what? So what? Look at what he accomplished in 4 years with the headwinds. Dear God, the opposition that man faced. Yeah, the War Machine wanted him out. I'm sure Raytheon and McDonnell Douglas and all those assholes were. I still can't believe he's alive. I still can't believe that they haven't assassinated him. Uh, but but yeah, he had some failures, and I don't care. Look at what he faced. Look what he did in spite of all the opposition. Roe versus Wade is overturned. We as a nation don't have a law in our books that says it's okay to kill children. Yes, and his Supreme Court is continuing. You're right. The Roe versus Wade decision, the affirmative action decision that just came through. There was another big one recently. Oh, there was a religious liberty win recently. Uh, so I don't care what documents he took to Mar-a-Lago, and I still think the only reason he took those documents was to protect himself, uh, which he should have done. Uh, that's why they wanted those documents back so much. I'm sure he took some documents that were highly, highly inconvenient for some people. Uh, I hope he kept copies of them all. But anyway. All right, man, I'm going to drink this one, and then I think we're going to have to call it an evening. I need to get up relatively early and get useful. I don't know if y'all watched a video I did recently where I was whining about drowning in projects. Now I had to not start any new projects and finish. Yeah. Yeah, he was completely within his rights, Dean. It's such a bullshit. And I mean, I don't have to tell any of you men this, but you're just going to hear me bitch for a second. What the fuck? Hillary Clinton has an entire email server that she routes all of her core. This isn't just lost emails. She had a secret email server that she routed all of her official business through so that she could completely avoid the Records Act. It was this illegal thing she set up on purpose to purposely avoid having to disclose her communications. All right. It's not just that she lost the emails. It's that she had them at all. The existence of that email server should have had her landed in jail. But they gaslight us all the time and act like, oh, she lost some emails. It was not about losing the emails. It was about her having the emails at all. And then when the emails finally turned up, where did they turn up at? Well, they turned up on the laptop of a convicted pedophile. Now, please explain to me how this is not a national security clearance of the highest order magnitude. She was the Secretary of the State. Uh, yeah, Sharon, this packing the Supreme Court stuff. If that happens, it's over. There's no saving. There's no saving the Republicans. That's it. I mean, we're already just hanging on by a thread. But if they do that, it's over. There is no more saving this thing. Biden hosts topless coke benders in the White House while collecting millions from China. Yeah, sounds like a fun guy. Not a great president. You know, yeah, you'd probably enjoy spending a Friday night with him, but dear God, do we want him sending our sons off to war? Yeah, Ashley Biden's diary. I'm showering with my father way too late in life. Y'all think? Dear Lord, what a family. And you know what? I kind of hate being mean to Hunter. Hunter sounds like a lot of fun. I bet he's a great guy. But what he exposes our nation's national security to is insane. Insane. The vulnerabilities he represents to our national security. Oh yeah, but no, Isaac, Hunter's probably a blast. He's probably like this is the guy you want to go to Hooters with. You know, hey Hunter, let's go to Twin Peaks and I bet you laugh and carry on and oh, I bet he's just a riot to hang out with. Oh yeah, no, he's a piece of shit. Yeah, no, I'm sorry. When I say all this, yeah, obviously what he's doing to that little girl in Alabama. But what gets forgotten about that little baby in Alabama is that her other grandfather is a gun dealer. I think he's even a manufacturer. I think he manufactures AR-15s. Uh, they're pretty. It sounds like pretty right wing. Uh, so it may just be a trust issue. You know, they may not think they can trust giving these right wingers access, which is still piece of shit. I mean, still piece of shit. Utter garbage. Uh, but yeah, Hunter Biden should be a short order cook at, some TGIF Friday, restaurant somewhere, hanging out with one one makes AR-15 and one wants to ban AR-14s. That's nice. Uh, that's pretty good, Isaac. Uh, but yeah, he should be a short order cook in the Huddle House, and everybody would love him. He'd be a great guy. But give him a jet and some leverage, and he turns it. He's a piece of shit. Oh, Dean, I didn't know about the Oklahoma stripper. I only knew about the Alabama stripper. I hadn't even heard about this Oklahoma stripper kid. Wow. But no, there's some weird incest, pedophilia stuff going on in that family. Uh, what with Hunter shacking up with his brother's widow, and then sexting his niece, and all this stuff started. And Joe showering with his daughter, and all this stuff starts at the top and filters down. Uh, there's a John has a thing for strippers too. I admire their honesty. They have an integrity about them that I find admirable. Uh, there's this suggestion that Joe and his first wife were swingers, and that Jill and her boyfriend uh, were swinging with them when Joe's first wife died in the car wreck. And when that happened, Jill jumped ship because her boyfriend was a strip club owner. And Jill jumped ship and went to Joe because he was already a politician at that point. So the perversion in this family goes back decades, if those rumors are to be believed. And I don't see any reason why they wouldn't be. Some royal family level of bullshit drama. There really is just a lot of drama around this family. Uh, and Joe is just such a crazy liar. I mean, he just lies about everything. Like his dead wife and daughter. His wife and daughter died in a car wreck. You don't have to big that up. You can let that story stand for itself. But no, he had to tell all these lies about it, about how the guy driving the other car was a drunk driver. He was not drunk. Not even a suggestion he was drunk. Uh, Joe just lied about it. There was actually a suggestion that his wife was drunk. Uh, but but just had to make the story more than it was for whatever reason. I don't I don't get it. That drives me nuts. I was talking to a guy recently, and if you're a veteran, and those of you who are veterans, this just drives you nuts. It, stolen valor is just, oh God, it's the worst. Because not only is it insulting, but it's so reprehensible, and it puts you in this position where you've either got to go along with this lie or, call them out, and it's just, you just hate it. But then when it's stupid stolen valor, it's even the worst. Stolen valor is when you're talking to a guy who's got honorable service, like say he was a truck driver in peacetime. But you know what? It's honorable service. He's got nothing to be ashamed of. He should be as proud as possibly be, but then he's got to turn it into something else because he's ashamed of it, and in the process he insults everyone's service. Like I never saw combat. My service isn't as whatever as someone who did see combat, and I'm okay with that. I volunteered, I was in the infantry. It was just, I know now at this stage of life that it was an incredible blessing that I never saw combat. That 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 I should be happy that I was spared that experience. And I know many of the men who have seen combat take some solace in the fact that they spared men like me from that experience. I'm not ashamed of that fact. But there's some veterans who are like, they have survivor's guilt or something, and I get that part. I get wanting to be. I really admire combat veterans, a huge amount, and a part of me still wishes I was one, because you want to, as a man, you want to be the best man possible. But I would never dishonor all of the good, solid veterans who did their service, answered the call, were prepared to do what was asked of them, and just were never asked to do that. And when these other veterans do this, where they have to lie and they have to, thank you, Dean, I appreciate that, but it's not the same thing as Afghanistan or Vietnam. Uh, anyway, so that's the worst part. When you talk to a guy who you can tell, because veterans can always tell, you can't trick us on this stuff. You talk to a guy, you say, oh, this guy's got honorable service. Why is he dishonoring himself and everyone else with this lie? Men who did what he did can be proud of what they did. The next worst one is just the so obvious, like just crazy. All right, we're going to come back to that one because that's a pretty good comment. Let me finish this thought about stolen valor. And just the crazy out there stuff, and it's just like, come on, buddy. Google is your friend. If you're going to tell this lie, at least look it up. And recently, I was talking to this guy, and it always, you can't help it. It's going to come up because I'm so proud of, it's just so much a part of who I am. And it's the first time I'd met this man, and we don't have a relationship, but we have a juxtaposition that means that we were going to dick measure. We were going to get into a dick measuring contest because of our juxtaposition. And so, of course, I'm going to whip out Marine Corps and slap it on the table. And he whips out Coast Guard. I admire the Coast Guard. It's a good service. They're good at what they do. They're disciplined. They're professional. I was like, wow. well done, sir, Coast Guard. If one of my sons joined the Coast Guard, I would be very proud. Uh, if they joined the Coast Guard under any other administration. And so I wanted to. So I said, "Well, wow, where were you stationed?" And his eyes went wide, and I knew as soon as his eyes went wide, I knew, shit. And he said, "Oh, I didn't have a single base. I was all over the place. All these places we had no business being. I don't want to talk about it." And I went, "Okay, great, fine, whatever. You're a lying piece of shit." Uh, and I moved on, and we just talked about other stuff. And then my sons were there, and so my sons and I got to talking, and one of my sons said something about snipers. Somehow snipers came up, and I just said, "Yeah, man, snipers. That's a different breed of cat right there. That's that's you just got to be something special to be a sniper." And and this old boy's still standing there on the periphery of the conversation, and he jumps in he just jumps in and says, "Yeah, that's what I did in the Coast Guard. I was a Coast Guard sniper." And I was just like, "Oh God, please stop! Don't do this to me. Why? Why are you going to force me to be a? This is so obvious a lie. You are a freelance Coast Guard sniper without a base, who trotted the globe to all these war zones you weren't supposed to be. Just shut up. Don't don't make me be a part of this stupid, stupid lie." And that's how Joe Biden is. It's like, why are you going to force me to participate in this? You freelance Coast Guard sniper. Oh, I was just like, you know what? I want to hear about you being a space shuttle door gunner or something. At least if you're going to tell outrageous lies, at least tell truly outrageous lies. I mean, don't SEAL Team 24X. Don't stop short. Come on. If you're going to go big, go big. Have y'all ever seen that picture? It's this guy. He's in a Marine Corps uniform, and he's at a funeral, and it's a civilian funeral. And this guy, he's got a stack. It's this little short, fat guy. Nothing wrong with being short. Our short men can be mean as hell. But he's got this ribbon stack, and it's got everything. No, when I say everything, it's got everything. It goes from here, like all the way up. It had crazy shit. He may have had a Medal of Honor. I don't remember. And then he had every tab in the world. He had all these scuba bubbles and jump wings, and I think he had two different rifle qual bags. I mean, but the piece de resistance, the thing that really put this guy over the top is that he had Lieutenant Colonel oak leaves on. I think it might have been Colonel. It was Colonel Lieutenant. He had oak leaves and mass gunnery sergeant chevrons. So not only was he a colonel, he was a master gunnery sergeant. It was just, I mean, it was just like, oh, come on, buddy, you didn't even try. At least look this shit up. You don't realize that how many veterans there are out there who are gonna to be able to evaluate your story just a little bit. You don't even have the rank structures right. You don't know the difference between an officer and an enlisted man. Uh, anyway, that's if you ever see that pic, it's great. I saw it on a meme. Uh, oh, that's interesting, Isaac. The origin of the word freelance means a knight with no lord who is free to fight and sell his sword/lance for hire. All right, anti-at-jack. Does the thing for strippers mean there's a pole shift due to globalist warming? Well, uh, you know, if strippers are going to be on a pole, you want it to be warm so that they'll take their clothes off. If it's cold in there, they're liable to not get naked, and that would completely defeat the purpose. Oh, hey, so I hope so. Frosty just bought 100 Mercury dimes. Frosty, if you don't mind me asking, do you mind if we ask what that cost? If you don't want to tell us, don't do it. But I'm just interested to know what that cost. That's a that's a good store. 100 Mercury, good score. Sorry, good score. 100 Mercury dimes is not a. Oh, Isaac is bailing on us. Great stream. Thanks again. Hey Isaac, go ahead and post that the link to that video one more time, would you please? Oh no, they would want to warm up next to you. Good thinking, Ten Tigers. Don't you know the gunnery colonel rank? Uh, I just missed something from, I think it was Dean. Come on. Oh, Dean, I missed that comment. I'm sorry, and I can't figure out how to scroll back up because I'm an idiot. Oh, there it goes. Oh, it was Lance Corporal Veteran. When I joined my knee unit, what the hell is a knee unit? New unit. When I joined my new unit after my deployment to Iraq, everyone kept giving me double takes. I had more ribbons and medals than most people there. I bet. When I was in boot camp, they do have Coast Guard snipers. Okay, hold on a second. We'll go read that comment too. Uh, when I went to boot camp, uh, my my platoon guide had been in the Army Reserve. You know, he'd been in the National Guard. He had been in the National Guard for 9 years, and he'd been a staff sergeant in the National Guard. And he just decided to join the Marine Corps in 1995. And he was going to be a Lance Corporal. Yeah, $1.40 of junk silver face value is an ounce of silver, Hunter Kirk. But it's not exact. So once you start getting up into 200 dimes, it could start walking on you. Uh, that $1.40 is just a rule of thumb. Anyway, this guy had been in the first Iraq War. This was 1995. He had served in the first Iraq War. And whenever we had inspection, oh, and he was airborne, so he had jump wings. And in the Marine Corps, jump wings are a big deal. So whenever we had inspections, he'd have to wear, we all had our national defense ribbons, and he would come out with this, I mean, he had a stack. It was an impressive stack. And he had jump wings. And one of the drill instructors was a commo nerd. And all he had his national defense ribbon, he had his good conduct ribbon, and he had a Navy Achievement Medal. So he just had the three. And then this recruit, I mean, he was up to here. And it was verified, it was real. Because obviously it was boot camp. I mean, they had his service record book right there. So that was pretty funny. All right, let's go see about the Coast Guard snipers. A threat to democracy said, oh, thank you for, Isaac's probably gone. Thank you for the link though, Isaac. They do have Coast Guard snipers. They shoot from helicopters at boat engines to stop drug dealers. Okay, that's interesting. But they're based out of somewhere. They have bases. Similar situation for me. Lance Corporal went to promotion board and was more decorated than E8s and E9s on the board. I actually had a similar experience as a corporal. That's after I'd come back from Sarajevo and all that. And I'd been to Haiti. And we were technically in Kosovo, even though we didn't land. But I was on the trap team for an air mission. So in my SRB, it shows that I was in Kosovo. So I had a decent stack, and then I came home and I went on recruiter duty, or recruiter assistance. I'm sorry, not recruiter. I went on recruiter's assistance. And there were some E6s and E7s there who who didn't have the stack I did. And I got a NATO medal, some kind of NATO medal that was a kind of a big deal. It was kind of rare at the time. And one of those gunnies uh, also had it, and he recognized it, and he thought that I was faking it. He said, "There's no way he's got that NATO medal. That no, this guy's got a fake rack." Uh, and he called me out on it, and I had to. But he had me kind of dead to rights because I had it in the wrong place. I had it at the end of my medals, but it turns out because it was technically a foreign award, it should have been at the very end of the entire stack. So I had it in front of the ribbon at the end of the medals. Uh, how come you don't tell the story of the 1980s Russia lost to the Afghan people? Shana, that's a good point. That's a really good example of the militia defeating, uh, of a militia success. I should tell that story. I might start working on that. Do the research and and do that story. I don't know why I haven't done that. Excellent point. Or something. I got out in '97. They didn't exist in my day. It's a new career field. Oh, he's talking about the snipers. Yeah. Hunter Kirk, I I got out in '99, October 1st of '99, and then I got recalled after September 11th. And immediately after September 11th, if if people thought that you had some connection to the military, you could not buy your own whatever it was. If you were at a restaurant, your meal got paid for. It was people were just outpouring of gratitude, outpouring of well wishes. It was it was a deeply meaningful thing. And it was nice to be, you know, in my little hometown when I got recalled. They put me on the front page of the newspaper. Picture of the whole 9 yards. Uh, and so people were paying for my meals in the to go line at McDonald's, and uh, I had to go to the airport one day to pick up a guy. Uh, yeah, Hunter Kirk, the first Gulf War. Remember being like that, and like we walked through the airport in uniform, and people applauded for us. I mean, it was beautiful. It was just a wonderful time to be in the military. Uh, it's possible we got applauded walking through the airport before 9/11. That might have been coming back from a deployment. Uh, but it just it it magnified after September 11th. The whole nation was just on your side. They appreciated you. Uh, I mean, deeply, deeply appreciated you. It was something special. It really was a special time. Yeah, things have changed, and it is sad. Yeah, yeah, Somalia. Now, Somalia is why when I joined, I was always gonna join, Dean. Uh, but Somalia is when I got really good and motivated to join. That happened in my senior year of high school. Uh, no, they weren't spitting on us. Like I said, they treated us well. I will say this, I served under Clinton and George W. And there was a significant difference under W, but it was after September 11th, so who knows how much. But the Clintons hated the military. Uh, Yeah, Sharon, it was bad back in Vietnam. Even Korea, even the Korean guys didn't have it great. But the Vietnam guys, we they were treated shamefully. I had a guy who came to my unit after having, the Marines guard the White House, uh, and one of those guys came to my unit after having guarded the White House, and he said that Chelsea Clinton would call him a baby killer when he was holding the door open for her. He'd have to hold the car door or something, and she'd walk by and say "baby killer." So the Clintons hated the military. Wow, 10 Tigers was spat at in a Publix parking lot. Ugh, that's insanity. These people don't understand what's out there and what's out there would do to them if it could get to them. That's another thing that drives me nuts. People who've always been protected, who've always been safe, they don't value it. They don't understand what it costs and how rare it is. Uh, we need to try not to mistake the utility of a militia for conventional military efficiency. Absolutely not. Uh, and the militia needs to be able to hold things together un, until a professional military can be organized. And that is a messy process. Uh, it's the best of worst options. You know, a standing professional army is that. It's a standing professional army, and you can have them available to you at the drop of a hat. The downside to that is that you have them available to you at the drop of a hat. Uh, you know, you can use them against your people, you can use them against other people. You're sitting there holding a hammer, and everything starts looking like a nail. The One of the downsides to the militia is that you don't have a professional standing army that you can unleash in a moment's notice. It's also one of the main upsides of the militia. You can't just get a wild hair up your ass and say, I want to go invade Ukraine for fun and profit. You don't have that. Now, the downside is that if someone invades you or you do need to go to war, there's a spin up process. And yeah, you're gonna take some hard hits during that spin up process. That's why the militia needs to be as good as it possibly can be without being a standing army. And if you could have a really top notch militia force like we had in this nation going into 1776, or even afterwards, going into the War of 1812, we had a really solid militia. And going into the Civil War, we still had a very, very solid militia culture. That's going to be the best of all the bad options. The best option is that we all live in peace, and we only ever use guns for target practice and shooting matches, and we live in times of plenty and harmony and good. That's the preference. But the only way to achieve that, peace only comes through strength. Peace through strength. Peace through strength. Peace through strength. You never get peace through weakness. Yeah, the Spanish-American War ended this militia system, and then what really put the nail in the coffin, or the bullet in the head, was the Militia Act of, I believe, 1916. Which, as soon as they did that, what happened? We're involved in World War One and haven't stopped being involved in wars since. Uh, but anywho, I don't remember what got me off on all that. Yeah, okay, the militia needs to have their logistics in order now before the balloon goes up. Militia is like the Supreme Court, it's all checks and balances. Yeah, I agree, Sharon. I wish I could have been there too. I would have definitely had some words. The militia is the bad men who stand between good men and worse men. Okay, so Ten Tigers has given us some Latin. Prepare. Uh, was that hope for peace, prepare for war? Ten Tigers. I think that's what that is. Thieves, pay some, pray for peace, prepare for war. Hope for peace, prepare for war. Anywho, oh, I better start drinking this quicker. I'm running out of steam, and I don't have Isaac to fall back on and ask a question that I can riff off of. Patrick E's still with us. That's awesome. Our Canadian brother. We need to help liberate those men. There's some real lumberjack men in Canada, and they deserve their freedoms. I will I will say this. We did offer them their freedoms in 1776. Doesn't we we tried to get them to come with us. Uh, Now, admittedly, we did it in a clumsy, very American sort of way. We invaded them. But still, we asked. It's like, come be a part of this. But, but, there were a lot of snooty Frenchmen up there at the time. There weren't a lot of Englishmen up there because uh, England had just, or the United, or Great Britain, I think it was the Great Britain at the time. I don't think it was the UK yet. Great Britain had just gotten control of Canada at the end of the Seven Years' War, the French and Indian War, which I think ended in 1767. If I remember correctly, George Washington started that war in 1760. He did. George Washington started the Seven Years' War. Uh, this is a great story. I'll tell it. I'll see if I can do it justice. So, I believe the year is 1760. I've had some bourbon, so I'm going to get some of this wrong. And George Washington's a young man. 1760 or 1750? Oh, I don't remember the dates. I'm sorry. Whatever it was. And George Washington wants a career in the military. That's what he's thinking is. Buddy Bear just sent me a video about selling his cow. You'd have to have been watching earlier in the live stream. That's funny. What was that? George Washington, the story of of a successful failure. Anyway, he wants the military career, and he gets an appointment to go on this a series of expeditions out to the western edges. Thank you, Dean. 1754 to 63. So it's 1754. And so he takes this militia force out west. And but back then that's like the Appalachian Mountains. And his job was to just deliver this message to this French outpost and tell them that they were on British soil and they needed to get out. So while so while he's out there, they're pretty sure that the Americans fired first. Anyway, the Americans start shooting up these Frenchmen, and it kicks off the entire Seven Years' War. Europe is engulfed in flames. It's like one of the first world wars. It's in the Caribbean, like I said, Europe, North Africa. It gets all the way out to India. It's like a literal world war that George Washington kicks off with this failed expedition out west. It's hysterical. Uh, now I think when you actually read about it, what they say is that the war was probably going to happen no matter what. Uh, but but George Washington is the one who kicked it off, and everyone was really really mad at him. That's why he kept trying to get an appointment to the British military, to the regular military. Who knows what would have happened to the history of the nation had he been successful, had he actually been able to get an appointment to the British military, and he'd been a regular British military officer. There's very few there's very few men in history who are indispensable to their time and place. But George Washington was completely indispensable to his time and place. And had that happened, had he been able to get into the regular army, he might not have been there might not have been an America. Anyway, I just thought that was hysterical that poor George Washington is trying to deliver a letter and ends up clacking off one of the first world wars, one of the earliest world wars. And poor guy. Uh, and he had been. So there's this thing called, okay, there was the Braddock campaign right after that. So poor Georgie boy clacks off this worldwide conflagration that kills thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of people. And then the very next year, the British military sends this guy named General Braddock out, and they're going to they're basically going to go back to the same place and try to run the French out by force of arms. And they get out there, and it's just George Washington goes with them as an aide de camp because he'd already been out there, And they get out there, and it's just an utter disaster. Braddock gets shot and killed. They lose the Indians. The Frenchmen are allied with the Indians, and the Indians ambush them and kill and scalp a bunch of people. And George Washington ends up being the senior man on deck, I think, and he has to lead the retreat. And he did what he did best. He did this orderly retreat where he kept everybody together and had this tactical retreat and probably saved the entire force from getting massacred and wiped out. But on paper it looks like just another failure after his failure the year before, and it kind of wrecked his military career, and he was just a militia officer after that. And then even when he joins the revolution, he gets appointed as the head of the Continental Army after Reed's Hill and Bunker's Hill. So he gets to Boston after the big victory, and then he takes over the siege, and then he starts having a series of just disasters. Gets run out of New York. All these forts he set up got overrun. Brooklyn Heights was this big disaster. He's just barely holding the whole damn thing together. And then Trenton, you're crossing the Delaware. I can't remember when Valley Forge. I think Valley Forge is after this. The Continental Army is about to disintegrate. Everyone's enlistments are up. Everyone wants to go home. They've gotten their asses kicked. And he just does this Hail Mary, cross the Delaware, attack the Hessians at Trenton and Prince, and it just worked. It just worked for whatever reason, and it saved the revolution. But then as soon as that happens, he goes back into this series of defeats. He gets his ass kicked at Brandywine. He loses Philadelphia. Germantown. I don't know. There's this string of defeats where he gets his ass kicked into going into Valley Forge. He goes into Valley Forge and everyone's starving to death and there's no food and it's horrific. Uh, and then there's this series of things called the Forage Wars. Now, you need to read about the Forage Wars if you've never read about the Forage Wars, because it was primarily a militia campaign, and the British were sending out all these foraging parties to get supplies. They needed food and firewood and fodder for their horses and all this stuff. And all these militia forces were out there in the countryside ambushing the shit out of the British foraging parties. And they essentially forced the British to leave Philadelphia and go back to New York because they couldn't. I'm getting some of this wrong. I'm sorry. So don't quote me on the details. But the Forage Wars is a real thing, and the broad brush outlines was really what happened. And the Forage Wars forced some kind of redeployment, and I want to say it was from Philadelphia, because remember Philadelphia at the time was the capital. That's where the Continental Congress was meeting, and they forced the British back up to New York where they could redo their supply lines, and then Washington goes north to to New York to hold the British in New York, and the main fighting moves south, and Washington never has another major battle. He never really wins a major big set piece battle until Jamestown and the end of the whole freaking war. And he almost didn't go to Jamestown because he didn't think it was going to be that big of a deal, and finally his staff kind of convinced him that this was a very big deal, and so he got down there, and you got to be a part of the Jamestown thing, but he didn't have a brilliant career. In fact, he was kind of always, I would say always, but he was frequently on the verge of being replaced. There was this whole thing called the Conway Cabal, where all these generals were getting together to have him replaced with a general named Charles Lee, and it came real close to happening. Yeah. Anywho, yeah, to call George Washington a successful failure is very, very accurate. Now, he was a very successful failure. Uh, Saratoga. It's not like there were no other victories in the Revolution. It's just that Washington wasn't the commanding general at any of them. But now he was still, I mean, they were still largely due to his leadership. You know, he put the right men in charge. He was a superb general, a truly superb general, in the way that Eisenhower was a superb general. Eisenhower is another one of those indispensable men. I'm not positive that World War II goes the way it does without Eisenhower. Interestingly, Eisenhower never had a combat command. And I want to say, going into the start of World War II, like 1938, he was still a colonel. He wasn't even a general yet. But he was just the right man at the right time, at the right place, with the exact right skill set. Eisenhower is a fascinating character. And Eisenhower's father is also a fascinating character. Very, very similar to Nixon's father. I'm very interested in both those men's fathers for a couple of reasons. But I've read several biographies of Nixon, and I've read one biography of Eisenhower. I used to read a lot. I don't anymore. Before I got a cell phone, before Steve Jobs and his hideous satanic device took over all of our lives, I used to be a well-read man. Uh, but anywho, uh, but both of their fathers were very similar men. Uh, but Eisenhower, fascinating man. Uh, could I World War II doesn't end the way it does without him. Uh, he he kept the Allies together. Uh, he could control the American generals, and he could work with the British generals, and he could kind of ignore the French. I mean, he was just an amazing man, and a really good president too, by the way. One of the most significant men of the 20th century. But I don't know how I got off on that or what the point was. Okay, what am I missing here in the chat? Okay, the Carolina campaign was the first Civil War. As I remember, Dean, that was like 1774 or 75, wasn't it? It was right before I've even heard people claim that it was the real start of the revolution. Well, John Last, if you look at the Carolina campaign, I think the argument can be made that that's where the combat started. They even ran off the royal governor, as I recall. Okay, Lance Corporal Veteran says the Battle of Alamance, which took place on May 16th, 1771, was the final battle of the Regulator Movement, a rebellion in colonial North Carolina that is considered a precursor to the Revolution. That may be what I was just talking about, Lance Corporal Veteran. But I think I was thinking about the Carolina campaign. I had forgotten about the Regulator Movement. That was a thing where all of the government was back east, but as settlers had moved out west, they couldn't get like their land grants, and they just couldn't get their legal stuff taken care of. And then they were trying to collect taxes or something. Anyway, it was a big to-do, and they were running off state officials, but they weren't actually rebelling against the crown. They weren't rebelling against the British government. They were rebelling against the kind of the corrupt colonial local government. At least that's what I remember. John Last, with the extra taxes on the colonists due to the cost of the French Indian Wars, how far back do you want to go? Well, actually, John, I've read people who said that the American Revolution was just an extension of the English Revolution, which is back in the 1650s, I think. And it's kind of funny. A lot of the significant amounts of the people in the American Revolution were the descendants of people from the English Revolution. And a lot of the people who were in America were there because they had run from the English Revolution in its different phases. The first wave were religious people who were running from the king's persecution. Then there was another wave of royalists who were running from Parliament's persecution. And then there was a third wave of parliamentarians who were running from the Restoration monarchy. Anyway, the restored monarchy. Restoration monarchy might be the French Revolution. The stuff starts running together in your mind after a while. So you could say that the the American Revolution has its roots in the English Revolution, but the English Revolution has its roots in the English Reformation and Henry VIII, and particularly there's this guy who does not get enough credit, and I need to do a video on this guy. His name is John Ponnet, Ponet. and he was an English Protestant. And when Henry VIII died, you remember he had all his wives. He had the six wives, and he had one son. And his son was Edward the Seventh or something. I can't remember. But Edward was actually, he was very young when he took the throne, but he had a lot of promise, and he looked like he was going to be a great king. But he died really, really young. And like within a year of taking, he wasn't on the throne very long before he died. Well, Henry VIII's oldest child was a girl in her mid 30s at that point, who was the daughter of his first wife, who he divorced to marry Anne Boleyn, and she was a raging Catholic, and the whole nation didn't like her because of her Catholicism. Uh, and she was trying to anyway, this guy named John Bonnet had been some sort of minor functionary in Henry VIII's government, because Henry VIII was a Protestant nominally. And then when Catherine takes over from Edward, John Bonnet leaves and goes to Belgium, or goes to the Netherlands, and he writes this book. And John Bonnet's book is the intellect, is the he's the one who lays the initial intellectual framework for overthrowing your king, and that the king is bound to the people, and if the king's not being a good king, the people have a right to overthrow him. He he as far as I can tell, he was the first one to codify this stuff and kind of like write it down and publish it. And he was a seminal, in my opinion. What do I know? I'm an idiot. He was a seminal intellectual waypoint on the move towards the American Revolution. Uh, so I would say you could even make the argument that the American Revolution has its earliest roots with John Bonnet during the reign of, I said Catherine. I'm sorry. Catherine was her mother. Her name was Mary, and she was called Bloody Mary because she burned so many Protestants at the stake. I'm sorry, it was Mary, not Catherine. Catherine was her mother. Catherine was actually a very good queen. Henry VIII did her dirty. Uh, I understand why he did it, but the tragedy in that situation is that Henry VIII had a son, uh, and he was technically illegitimate, but he was semi-legitimated. Uh, uh, whereas like it was like wink wink, nod nod. Everyone knew that he was Henry's son. His last name was Fitzroy, which means son of the king. He was in Henry's court. He was with him all the time. He had a son who he could have legitimated and made king. It would have been or made his heir. It could have been a little awkward, but it wouldn't have been bad. The man, he lived into adulthood, but he did end up dying young. But like in his 30s or something. He died before Henry did, but he would have had a son had he been the heir, and so there would have been a grandson to take over the throne. And they could have avoided all that foolishness with Mary and anyway, and all the wives, and it's silly when people, because he was technically illegitimate by legal standards, they decided it wasn't worth the scandal to try to make him king. But if they'd gone by God's standards, God says the firstborn male is the heir no matter what, and you can't undo it. Then we would have skipped all that fool. He wouldn't have had to, divorce his wife and start killing his other wives. I think he killed 3 of his wives, if I remember correctly. I know he killed 2 at least. Now, he divorced Catherine. He beheaded Anne. Then there was Anne Boleyn. There were 2 Annes. So Catherine, Anne Boleyn, I don't remember who was next. Oh, 10 Tigers. Was that the name of John Ponnett's book, A Short Treatise of Political Power? Uh, I started reading it and never finished it, which is why I've never done a video on the guy. Uh, what was Henry VIII's wife's name? I know there was Catherine, Anne Boleyn. I think there was another Catherine. And I know there was another Anne, Anne of Cleves. And then there was a Jane. And I think Jane was his last wife. And I'm missing somebody. Catherine got divorced. Anne Boleyn got beheaded. That other Catherine, if her name was a Catherine, got beheaded. Jane outlived him. Anne of Cleves he divorced. And there's someone I'm forgetting. Doesn't matter. You men don't care about this at all. I just like talking history. So, yeah, I need to get another copy of that short treatise of political power and read that. That needs to be a video. Oh man, John, English history is fascinating. What an amazing little country. Catherine of Aragon. No, Catherine of Aragon was she was the woman who married the Castilian prince to make modern Spain, and then they were the ones who ran the last of the Muslims out of Spain, and then sent Christopher Columbus to America. That's Catherine of Aragon. Catherine of Aragon was Henry VIII's wife, Catherine's grandmother, if I remember correctly. So there's a connection, because Catherine Tudor, Henry's wife, she was Spanish. And I'm pretty sure she was Catherine of Aragon's granddaughter. I think I've got that right. And maybe they did call her Catherine of Aragon, but she wasn't the main Catherine of Aragon that we think of. That was the woman who married the Castilian prince, and whose name I can't remember. Why can I not remember that guy's name? Oh well. No, English history is fascinating because it's just a unique country, you know. Always kind of on the periphery, always involved, but separated enough that they were able to evolve at their own. Yeah, 40 proof. That really could be it. Yeah. At their own pace and in their own way. Very, very unique people. I'm very proud of, my English heritage. As all of us who have it should be. Yeah, no, that 40 proof really gets in the way of Philip. Well done, A Threat to Democracy. Philip and Catherine. That was it. Okay. I need to wrap this up, I think, because I've just had a 15-minute treatise on the wives of Henry VIII, and then I just had a 30-second space out where I forgot where I was. Oh, the Philippines was named after Philip of Castile. Have you heard of the Catholic monarchies running, screaming Monarchism saying we need a king like Jesus is a king. Lance Corporal Veteran, uh, hey, Elo, how you doing? Uh, we're not wrapping up quite yet, Hunter Kirk. We're moving in that direction. I don't fault anybody for wanting to try out any other system because democracy on the level we've. Oh, okay, likable. I was trying because you had a moderator's wrench, and I'm like, Elo, when did I? But it's likable. Okay, it's good to see you, sir. We've missed you, Chief. uh, but democracy on this scale. All right, Dean's bailing on us. Dean, at least say hi to Chief Likable before you go. We haven't seen him in forever. Nicholas Campbell. Hey, Nicholas. Uh, because democracy on the scale that we've practiced it has failed. I mean, it's just an utter failure. So I don't blame anyone for wanting to try something new or something different. I'm not sure about kings. At least, how do you choose a king? And how do you limit his power? Or how do you set him up for success? James, boy, we just had a big long conversation about the 36-yard zero. Yeah, right. No, democracy is a failed system. Uh, the suffrage needs to be limited. Hold on a second. We'll come back to the 36-yard zero in just a second, James. In my opinion, suffrage. Oh no, better late than never. We're glad to have you. Suffrage needs to be limited to Christian men who've had a Christian son who has a son. So Christian grandfathers down the male line. The dean says he's staying now. Because why are you staying, Dean? You staying for the 36-yard zero, or are you staying for the suffrage thing, or the alternative to democracy stuff? Because look, you can't make it to be education. Because there's some really smart uneducated men, and there's some really stupid educated men. You can't make suffrage based on wealth of any kind, because there's some really moral, smart poor men, and there's some really, immoral, idiotic rich men. We've got to find something that designates, how we felt as democracy. We've got to find something that designates the men who are qualified to order our society. And if you've lived long enough to be a grandfather, then you've at least learned something. Yes, there are asshole idiot grandfathers out there, but there's fewer of them. The idiot assholes tend to weed themselves out before they get there. Because you're a grandfather. You've at least been successful enough to father a son who was successful enough to father a son. Is this system unfair to men who only have daughters? Absolutely. But any system we come up with is going to be unfair to somebody. And I think this is the system that is the least unfair to the most people and cast the broadest possible net to get the men qualified to order our society. Now think about it. But the problem is, 10 Tigers, is there's some really asshole landowners out there. And there's some really smart moral renters. The landowners is just another form of wealth. And sometimes you inherit land and it's just not a reliable way to say everyone in that category is most likely to be moral and wise. We want moral and wise. And the other thing about grandfathers, they've lived long enough to have wisdom, but they still have skin in the game because their name is still gonna, they've got a grandson. Their legacy still is moving forward. So they're not going to make short-sighted decisions about, oh, well, they're less likely to make short-sighted decisions because, oh, I'm going to be dead soon. They're more likely to be thinking about the future because they have that grandson. Uh, so, in my opinion, yeah, the only way, the best way to do this would be that suffrage. Now, I'm not saying those are the only ones that can hold office. Uh, oh, yeah, that's the other thing. Good point, Dean. Land ownership creates a de facto ruling class, an aristocracy. Yeah, we don't want this to turn into an aristocracy. It can't be this raging, drooling mob we have right now, but we also don't want it to fall over in the other ditch and become an aristocracy. We've got to try to keep it in the middle there. And to me, and I'm open to other ideas, the best way to do that is Christian grandfathers down the male line. Christian grandfather with a son. That way you've still got skin in the game. You're still thinking about the future. No, there's absolutely no perfect system. We're trying to find the least bad system. And right now, we have the worst of every world because we've got this universal suffrage concept that lets every moron in the universe vote. And it has not worked. The problem with mandatory service, 10 Tigers, is that it doesn't let you identify the people who are willing to volunteer their service. That's not bad, Stephen. Christian married, 2 or more children, and net taxpayers. Maybe if we up that to 3 children, I could go along with that. Because with 2 children, you actually haven't contributed. You need to average 2.1 children per woman of childbearing age, in to maintain a population. So if you only had 2, you actually haven't contributed to maintaining the population. 3 though, you've done that and increased. So if you said, Christian married with the stability and 3 kids, so you see, we're always going to be unfair to somebody, Dean. Dean only had 2 children. So, yeah, I don't know. There's no perfect system. I just know that democracy, universal suffrage. Sharon's still here. Yeah, can pass a damn civics test. I like that, Sharon. I that appeals to me. Everyone should be able to pass a civics test. Yes. I don't know that I want that to be the only qualification, though. Oh. But yeah, democracy has failed. And anyone who tells you democracy hasn't failed, and you see, here's what are they going to tell you? When we point them to all the reasons democracy has failed, they're going to say, well, what we need is more democracy. Even though, as we've added more and more suffrage, we've failed more and more. And the solution is going to be more democracy. I don't even know. I mean, how do you expand it any farther? You're going to have to start letting 16-year-olds vote. It's been 4 hours. Yeesh, this might be a record. They're going to have to start letting 16-year-olds vote and give vote back to felons. And although I'm not sure that felons, once they've served their sentence, shouldn't have the right to vote. But we just need to expand the death penalty too. Expand the death penalty, and then felons can get their rights back if they didn't get killed. Also make jail very, very, very unpleasant. Great quote, threat to democracy. He's got a Lenin quote: "Democracy is indispensable to socialism." Yeah, that's the other thing, Stephen. Oh, yeah, good point. More democracy is don't even have representatives at all. We all just vote on everything. We have the technology to do that. Don't give them any good ideas, or they might think about doing it. Uh, yeah, Dean's right. If you're too dangerous to exercise your rights, you're too dangerous to walk free. Our penal system should be so draconian that we don't mind about giving people back their rights when they get out. If they, oh yeah, Sharon, our our elites, our leaders are morons. They're idiots. That that Daisy Hanoa from Hawaii, that that woman is too stupid to be let out by herself. She should have a handler. Like seriously, the woman is a moron. Cory Booker's an idiot. Who else is really stupid? Uh, I don't know if AOC is a moron or a genius. I can't tell. Uh, but yeah, Daisy Hanoa is the one who really stands out to me. She's just an idiot. Uh, oh, and Elizabeth Warren. I have never once been impressed with Elizabeth Warren. Every time I hear her open her mouth, I'm just like, what? Really? God. Uh, oh, that guy that thought the Marines would tip Guam over. Oh yeah, Kamala Harris is an idiot. Yeah, good point, Sharon. Kamala is. I love school buses. School buses and Venn diagrams. She's all about. I just stop talking. You're not helping. These are not smart people. God, Joe Biden? Like someone was saying earlier that for years Joe Biden was considered the dumbest senator. Uh, and he is. He's a moron. He was never smart. Uh, Ted Kennedy? Ted Kennedy was a jackass. He was a stupid human being and a stupid person on top of being. John Kerry? John Kerry is a moron. Maisie Hemorrhoid. Uh, you hear John Kerry talk, and he's just like, how is this man in charge of me? How did this man rise to this level? Uh, he's not smart. He just says stupid shit. Nadler. Yes, Jerry Nadler. That's another one. It's like pull your pants down. Does no one tell you what? Is there no one in your life who loves you enough to tell you how ridiculous you look? Legs up as she has been known for years. I'm assuming you're talking about Kamala. Kamala. Did y'all see where he shit his pants on TV? Is that Biden, Dean, or Nadler? I think Biden did it recently, if I remember correctly. Oh, Nadler. No, I didn't see that about Nadler. Oh, Adam Schiff. What a waste of a human being. Oh, my God. That guy is breathing oxygen that children in Africa need. Yeah, no, that is our biggest problem, 10 Tigers. Stupid people voting for stupid, corrupt people. That's why we need fewer people voting. And we've just got to find some way to exclude the stupid people. And as much as I hate saying it, that means When I say stupid, I won't say it. We've talked about it earlier. Sharon's heard us talk about it before. I always worry about insulting Sharon, and I know I'm not going to. If I could have that 5% of women who should be voting vote, if I could come up with a way for the smart women to vote, I would do it. But I don't know how to make the Sharons and the Mariahs and my mothers, the good women out there. I don't know a way to segregate the women who shouldn't be voting from the women who should be voting. Maybe the grandmother, maybe the same thing about grandmothers as grandfathers. I don't know. I should talk to some women and try to figure that out. Uh, Gavin Newsom, your next president. Oh my God, Beto O'Rourke. Oh, dude. Beto O'Rourke is an idiot. Uh, I don't know what else to say about the man. He's just a moron. Dude, I was in a hacker collective, dude. Anyway, the other problem, I shouldn't say problem, the other thing about women is they have such influence over their husbands that you might not have to let them vote. They probably still can get their opinions heard. I haven't heard anything out of Beto in a while, Lance Corporal veteran, but I'm sure he's thinking about it. Yeah, he volunteered to join the stack to take people's guns. Dude, we're gonna take your AR-47, dude. Oh. Okay. I think I ran out of steam. And poor Dean and Sharon need to go to bed, and they're being kind by staying and helping out. Of course, Chief Likeable just got here, and I hate bailing on him when he just showed up. Because Chief Likeable goes back almost as far as Dean, maybe as far as Dean, I don't know. Do you guys know which one of you were here first? I don't remember exactly. Boy, Chief was early. Yeah, yeah, it's probably about the same, Dean. I don't know if I can even go back. I might be able to, if I went into studio, I might be able to filter subscribers by length of subscription. But it would just be a matter of weeks or days probably between the both of you. All right, last update on Atlanta Antifa is that the police took their money and arrested their fundraisers. Here's the thing about the Atlanta Antifa. It's not the Atlanta Antifa. You couldn't organize Antifa in Atlanta. They have to ship in the Antifa guys from other places. Like that whole police city thing, none of those people were out of Atlanta. They were all from outside. Antifa is a painfully white organization, and Atlanta is an extremely black city. It is 50% African American, at least, I think. It might be more than that. And maybe like 52, 54% African American. You white people just couldn't organize a two-man parade in Atlanta. And And Atlanta's just, for being the size city it is, now it is liberal, don't get me wrong. It is very, very liberal. It's Democrat run. Atlanta is not our friend. And it is a giant octopus sucking the soul out of my home state. It may be Atlanta that drives me out of this state at some point. But compare it to some of the other cities, they're, they're just not as crazy left wing uh, because it is run by African Americans. And of liberals, if you've got to deal with liberals, you'd rather deal with black liberals than white liberals because they're not as crazy. They're still liberals, they're still nuts. Uh, but their grounding in the black church has kept them from going as nutsoid as the other liberals. Uh, so Atlanta is not as bad as like even say Raleigh. You can talk some other cities in the South that are far more. Oh God, Sheila Jackson Lee, that that crazy lady, she was something else. You know who also was a big joke down here was John Lewis. The libs all loved him, but everyone else kind of knew that he had this thing where he would fake these racial attacks on himself all the time. Uh, yeah, Savannah's getting bad, Ryan. Good to see you. Yeah, Asheville's terribly liberal too. And don't get me wrong, Atlanta's liberal, but for the size city it is, it's not as liberal as you would think it would be. Uh, but no, John Lewis used to have like his chief of staff. He'd have a press conference and he'd invite all the reporters and everything. And like his chief of staff would walk out and just start yelling racial epithets at him, just to try to drum up sympathy and stuff. It was hysterical. And he was pulling those stunts right up to the day he died almost. These fake racial attacks by his own staffers at his always at his press conference. You know exactly where the white supremacists just sit around and wait for John Lewis to give a press conference so they can yell the N word at him. It was awesome. He was a serious joke, but Sheila Jackson Lee was just psychotic. Uh, when she was in Congress, she had to be the worst congressperson we had. Oh yeah, Maxine Waters is bad too, but I think a lot of hers is dementia now. Trump says he will make 15 new cities. Will you move? I wouldn't move to any city if I live in an unincorporated part of a county. Antifa came out with a new assault vehicle. It only fits an infant. Comes with a pacifier. That's nice. Well done, Chief. Um, but yeah, I love Georgia. I love the people. But if it ever gets to the point where Atlanta gets to dictate our politics, there will be gun control, and I'll have to move. And the easiest thing to do would be to move across the river to western South Carolina. Someone asked earlier, I don't remember who it was, if you're still on here, identify yourself and we'll give you credit for it. But they asked about 5 favorite places to live in the United States. And one that I think is the most overlooked is South Carolina, particularly western South Carolina. Uh, Western South Carolina is beautiful. It's up in the mountains, tucked in between Georgia and Asheville, North Carolina. Especially if you get west of a town called Anderson. Uh, it's rural. It's beautiful rolling hills heading up into the Appalachians. They don't have they have some cities, but they don't have any large cities that's going to dominate the state's politics and drag them to the left. Uh, there's a lot to like about South Carolina as a place to move to. On the East Coast, I would say South Carolina and West Virginia Yeah, no, Columbia is not great, 10 Tigers. But I don't like Chief likable. It's not funny if you've got to explain the joke. I don't like Eastern North or South Carolina very much at all. Myself, they're too flat. They're swampy. The water's kind of brackish. Uh, but yeah. So on the East Coast, it's West Virginia, South Carolina, Alabama, and Tennessee are kind of together. And Kentucky's probably pretty safe too. I don't know much about Kentucky to be honest with you. Uh, and when I think of the East Coast, I'm thinking of everything east of the Mississippi. Uh, then, yeah, Chief, you're in Pennsylvania, right? And then west of the Mississippi, I like Arkansas. I like Missouri. Although now I'm questioning myself: is Missouri east or west of the Mississippi? I can't remember. So Arkansas, Missouri, Oklahoma. I want to like Texas. I think I like Texas. Oh yeah, Kentucky used to have. I think Davy Crockett and Daniel Boone were in Kentucky. Thank you, Race Gun. Yeah, so Missouri's west of the uh, Mississippi. I like Missouri. I like Arkansas. Oklahoma. Texas is probably okay now that it looks like the Hispanics are going to be conservative voters. All in there, Montana, the Dakotas, Idaho. Yeah, Oklahoma is very based. The only problem I have with Oklahoma is how flat it is. I've only been through there once, but I just remember it just being flat as a damn pancake. Uh, Dean doesn't like the corruption in Alabama. Where are you going to, Dean? He said he's leaving in the next year. What's your plan? I'm gonna wait for Dean to tell us where he's going. Oh, only well, I stayed on I-40, Stephen, so that would be it. Uh, oh, tri-state: Ohio, Pennsylvania, West Virginia. Ohio has gotten good and red lately. Well, that was Lance Corporal Veteran. Well, Dean, if you come to North Georgia, you had better let me know, sir. Uh, don't you dare come up here and not let me show you around. Uh, Southeast Oklahoma is quite hilly, Stephen says. Stephen, have you read the Stonemont series of books by Stephen? Oh, Lord. Stephen Smith. Stephen A. Smith. How could I not come up with Smith? Uh, they're a series of prepper books. Yeah, thank you, Threat to Democracy. I gotta stop drinking bourbon. Uh, yeah, I don't read as much as I should either. But they're set in Oklahoma, and he spends a lot of time on the geography of Oklahoma. You might enjoy them. Dean says my last heart procedure is next month. Hoping to visit you this summer. Awesome. I didn't know you were having heart procedures, but yeah. If you still have my phone number, text me. I don't have yours anymore. Uh, But you can email me. My email is the same. I I'll take you to the Band of Brothers Museum, and we'll go visit Mount Currie and all that. You'd enjoy that. Uh, that's yeah. I thought you had my personal email, but yeah, the revolting man at outlook.com goes straight to me. I don't know why I didn't give you the other one. It's got my name in it. Is why I don't publish it anymore. I used to use it in the early days of the channel, and then someone found me through it and did a background check on me and found all this information out, and then sent me all the information, and I was like, okay, so we need a new email. We need a generic email. Uh, so that's why I use the revolting man at outlook.com publicly. Uh, but obviously, you can have my uh, okay, last couple of mention. Where I live is unincorporated county run part of the city of San Pablo, and it's funny driving in Sobrante, California next door, where everyone has goats, chickens, donkeys, and horses. Oh, and Sharon and Les live close to Lance Corporal Veteran. Steven says, I found your channel. I can't remember how, but you linked to a video from Bear Independent. And TJ was constantly referencing the ISR Messianic Bible. I have had one of those for a couple years now and reference it daily. I didn't know Smith used to be a sheriff. Oh, I think I did. Yeah, he was a sheriff's deputy, right? Eric, Chief. Stephen, I have I don't think I have the Messianic Bible. Sasquatch, if he's still on, and he's probably not, uh, gave me a similar Bible. I'm glad I was helpful, Stephen. Thank you. What is that one he gave me called? Oh, the Sefer. It's called the Sefer, and I do reference it some. Probably not as much as he would like, but it's a good version. I like it. Uh, but anywho. Okay, let me kill this. I can't do it. I can't shoot whiskey. I got it, especially not good whiskey. I've got to sip it. If you're gonna shoot something, I just can't shoot it. I don't even want to shoot it. It's like, take the moment and enjoy it. Why are you in such a damn hurry to get drunk? I mean, sometimes it's fun to tie on a little drunk and make some noise, but why you got to be in a hurry about it? All that's going to do is, quicker to get you sick, quicker to get you hungover. It's way more fun to have a nice buzz and be calm and right. I agree, Stephen. The bullet is just too good a bourbon to get in a hurry about. Just slow down and enjoy it. All right, there's Dean and Dean's phone number. Thank you, Dean. I just saw it come up. I will text you tomorrow at some point when I emerge from my stupor, and we'll set this thing up. But yeah, I'm just too old. I don't need to get drunk. I don't need to get drunk. I enjoy the occasional buzz, and you're about the only time I want to be drunk is for the Marine Corps birthday, and then it feels like, you know, November 10th I should probably go and really tie one on. Uh, but other than that, give me a nice even buzz. Just sip on that whiskey a little bit and enjoy the moment. That's all you need. That's all you need. Yeah, Steven. I don't get drunk every November 10th, but well, I just when I don't, I feel like I've committed sacrilege. Ooh, Dean's been making the homemade mead. I haven't made any mead in a while, Dean. I should make some more. But I look forward to that. Homemade mead is extremely good. So are we gonna watch you pass out on camera? No, no, Lance Corporal Veteran. I'm almost done, and as soon as I finish this, we're gonna call it a night. You guys have been incredibly patient with me this evening, and I've enjoyed the hell out of all of you. I got in a really good place this evening, uh, and I Viking water. Yes, I feel like we had some good conversation. Democracy is a failure. You heard it from Dean Goldberry. If y'all didn't you read his name, take out the the space in the middle of Dean Goldberry. It's Dingleberry. He had to point. I didn't get it. It took me probably 2 years before he pointed it out to me that it was a joke. I was trying to figure out what the hell kind of name Goldberry was. I'm such a moron. Anyway, Dingleberry. It's a funny jam. Mariah got it. Yeah. Oh, and it was the same thing with Chief Likeable. That Elo here, his name used to be Chief Likeable, and it's likable. He's Chief Likeable. But I was just trying to think, how likable? In what way are you likable? I thought it was some stupid Indian name. Ugh, I'm just a moron. I drive myself nuts. Men, Sharon, we appreciate the hell out of you guys. We are going to try to get back to doing these things a little more regularly. I am working on a project in the background that I'm trying to devote more time to. And Saturday nights are one of the nights I have to work on it. Uh, and, and so you're devoting an entire, how many years ago was that? Well, we started the channel in 2006. Hugh Janus. That's awesome, Dean. uh, we started the channel in 2016, so about 7 years ago. Wow, I can't believe it's been that long. And so it was probably about 5 years ago. Uh, that was taken? Holy shit. So it was probably about 5 years ago that I finally figured out that Dingleberry was a joke and Chief Likeable was a pun. Ugh. Anyway, no, I've got this little project I'm working on in the background, and I really wanted to get it going and finished. And it's fairly advanced. It's fairly advanced, but it's not quite ready yet, and I really need to put a big push on to finish it. And like I said, Saturday nights are one of the times I have to work on it. So that's why I haven't been doing many live streams lately. But that project is supposed to complement this project, and it doesn't make any sense for me to let this project go to focus on that. They both have to work together in a beautiful synergistic manner. And I just have to get better about using my time. All righty, man. And Sharon, we appreciate y'all. Thank you. I'm almost drunk enough to tell you I love you, but I'm not quite drunk enough to tell you I love you. Wait, hold on a second. What's Steven say? Did you ever finish the base of fire rifle? Yes, I did finish the base of fire rifle. I do need to put an ejection port cover on it, but that's not a big deal. We have a really good, well, I'm sorry, I say we have a really good video. We have a video that I'm very pleased with about it. I wonder if I could find that and link it real quick. Let me see if I can find that, and I'll put the link in the chat. But I will probably not talk very much while I'm doing it. Likeable at Hotmail since Windows 95. Holy crap. All right, how do I get to my channel? Your channel. Can I search my videos? Okay, latest, popular, oldest. I don't remember how far back this is. Oh, there it is. Base of Fire. Oh God, it's 17 damn minutes long. It was a year ago. Okay, share. Copy. Now, we're still going to do more videos with that BOF. We're not done with it yet. But there's the link. There's the link to the finished, the basically finished product, and I put a little 0 on it. I should finish off that 0. The problem, I shouldn't say the problem. Uh, hey, I'm going to call you Chief Likeable for all of time. I'm sorry, Elo. Uh, thank you, Steven. It is an interesting build. The problem is I feel like, I only have access to a 100-yard range on a regular basis. And 100 yards with that thing is just, I won't say pointless. I could be working on my techniques and trying to get the group smaller. But 100 yards for that rifle is just nothing, because it's got a 2x7 scope on it. It's got a 24-inch heavy barrel, and it can just, 100 yards, you can't even get it warmed up on 100 yards. Yeah, not even stretching its legs. So I need to get, now I tell you what I could do at the 100-yard range, and I do need to get up there and do this, which I could do some transitions where I was putting multiple rounds on one target, being in echo mode, so 2 trigger pulls would be 4 shots, and then transition and transition back. And then see what kind of groups I can get out of that. Especially with that awesome bipod Dean gave us for that. What's that, Lance Corporal Veteran? Basic intro. Hello, hi, I want to talk to you and show you it's about, but first, have you heard about this? But about what I was talking about 10 minutes later, and now about what this video is about. I think he's making fun of my 17-minute long video. Yeah, I'm sorry about that, Lance Corporal Veteran. I'm not disciplined. If I'm reading you right, yeah, target to target transitions, but on the echo mode with 4 shots on each, and then tracking the 4-shot groups on each target. That should be the video I do next with the BOF. And then maybe I should redo the whole BOF rifle video and cut it down from 17 minutes. I was just so proud of that damn build and how it was working. And the whole thing was so interesting to me that I let the video get away from me. How many views does that have? It has 2,700 views, so it did okay for one of my videos. I don't normally do much better than that. I've got a couple that, I've got one video that's got like probably 200,000 views. And then I've got a couple in the 50 to 60, 20, 30. But usually my videos are more in the 2000. The good ones are in the 2000 range, and then I'll have some. I have some that haven't broken 100. But this one's about average for being about a year old. That's a shame because I think it's one of my better videos. But anywho, alrighty, that's that. Steven, thank you for being interesting. Everyone else, thank you for being interesting. Like I said, we appreciate the hell out of you. I can't promise you we'll be back next week, but we might. There's a chance. And then we'll definitely be back probably the week after that if we're not. So, Sharon, if you're still with us, I'll shoot you an email about that. And then, oh, wow. So Eric came when Pastor Fox gave us a shout out, which would have probably been about a year in. It would have been about 2017, maybe 2018. So he's been here a long time. All right, everybody. We appreciate you. Thank you. Have a good evening. Stay strong. That was stupid. That sounded silly, but I've had some bourbon, so I'm going to sound silly. Y'all have a good night.